What if I were to suggest that you play a key role in the awakening world? And that you are watching this because you have heard the call. We can start right now by opening our hearts and minds. Welcome to the awakening world.
Good evening, everybody, and happy almost New Year to you. I'm Love Coach Scott Thomas, and it is our final Awakening World broadcast of 2023. What an amazing year it's been. And we are going out with a bang. We've got an incredibly epic show. Tonight's show is so epic that it actually requires my having two co-hosts. My good friend, Alan Steinfeld, who you have seen throughout all the 4 years that we've been doing these shows. The man behind Making Contact and New Realities TV is with us. And my absolute beloved, we all love her, Kristen Hoffman is with us as both co-host and musical artist. And we also really, it's like looking ahead, what's happening in 2024? Well, we've got our favorite astrologer, Raquel Spring, is with us. And I'm really grateful. Thank you for Raquel for coming and giving us a glimpse into what we can look at. And Alan has brought on a friend of his who's also an amazing psychic and astrologer. We're all going to meet for the first time, Alex Santiago. Welcome, Alex. And speaking of people that we love, Kimberly Meredith, one of our absolute favorite luminaries, is with us. And she's going to give us her predictions and just that wonderful love that she always provides. And somebody making a big return to us. The Swami is back. Swami Beyondananda is with us. So we're really grateful to have Swami with us. Probably my favorite prediction is peace by 2030. And the man behind that is with us, David Gershon. We're going to hear from David. And hey, it's Saturday night, which means lots of music. And our beloved house musical artist, Omashar, is with us. And Kristen, of course, is going to do music. And she's brought a friend of hers who I can't wait for you to hear her music. Her sound check alone blew us away. This is Kelly Love Jones. So we've got lots of music. We've got a special video from our friend Piper Dellums. It's going to be a very, very special show. And I'm going to bring back Alan. Alan, when you look ahead to 2024, what comes up for you, buddy?
Well, I want to say that this is part of a tradition I've been doing for the last 10 years. Every beginning of the year or the end of the year, we do a prediction show. This is the 10th year I've been involved in a prediction show. And one of the things we have coming up is big revelations in the UFO world. This is where I'm focused. There's going to be more government. Should I show that video clip now? We could do it later.
Go ahead. Sure, go ahead.
Well, can I share my screen?
You can.
All right. Now, this, if you don't know what's happening in the UFO world, there's a whistleblower named David Grush who came forward, appeared in front of Congress, and really blew the whole thing open. He says, yes, the government has bodies, they have craft. And so this is him in a documentary made about him. He's going to do a little prediction. Here he is on his way to the congressional hearings in July. And this is some of the things he says.
Did all the checks I could possibly do, within my, kind of official capacity. Realized it was real, and then kind of during that investigation, I had a lot of pushback that was very unfortunate, reprisals against me and stuff. And
he's talking about coming forward as a whistleblower. There was pushback inside the Pentagon saying, no, you can't say that. And other people say you can. This is a constitutional issue we're facing.
And that kind of was what led me to file the whistleblower complaint, A, for my own protection, but B, was to kind of sound the alarm. Shouldn't it be the president saying this stuff? I don't want to be the purveyor of disclosure because I don't have all the data. Yeah. I'm not in that leadership position, and I'm just trying to, use a public pressure to kind of, to get the executive branch to make a decision on what to release.
Yeah.
Okay, now here comes the predictions that he's making for 2024.
What's happening next is I know there's some intel officers and other people in and out of government that are about to file complaints similar to what I did. Because they said, fuck it, and they were on these programs, firsthand dudes, not people telling me stuff, literally the dudes touching the stuff. February of 2024, we should have a presidential panel on UAP disclosure looking at the crash retrieval issue and everything. And then within 300 days of the enactment of the act, we're going to get some kind of, I think, government statement next year on this topic. The tsunami wave is building, and I don't think we're going to totally backpedal anymore. Other than that, it would be totally speculation, but that's at least what's going to come. I think 2024 is going to be, knock on wood, potentially wild in a good way. So.
Wild in a good way. It is coming. Finally, government is acknowledging we are not alone in the universe. We have bodies, we have craft, and this changes everything, Scott. This is a whole new world, a whole global peace tribe is just expanded to a cosmic peace tribe. So
it's incredible. Yes. And we will do a big show about this soon with Danny Sheehan, who's right in the middle of it. He's a good friend of ours. So
Jim Garrison is in Washington. He's on top of it. So many people, JJ Hurtak, I'm working with all the time. Let's do it. Let's do that and bring up a lot of people. Yeah.
One thing that Danny shared that is to me the most hopeful thing of all is it's been the Vatican that has stopped the disclosure more than any other. The Vatican and then Lockheed Martin. The Pope is on board. The Pope wants to use disclosure as a way to bring the people of the earth together. And that to me is really huge.
We'll see. I've had arguments with Danny about that before, but yes, I think it's up to the forces inside the Pentagon saying there's a whole new generation saying, let's tell the people the truth. And that's going to be a shock. And my book, Making Contact, is preparation for that disclosure. So I'm really excited about this coming year, for sure.
It's amazing. Ellen, we'll be back to you in a moment. I want to bring up my other co-host for a moment, the wonderful Kristen Hoffman. Kristen, when you look ahead to 2023, what comes up, to 2024, what comes up for you?
Well, in general, I always say I'm going to stay open to all possibilities. And I'm really inviting in specific visions of togetherness, collaboration, love, more peace, and really encouraging. I see that people are really coming into alignment more than ever with their missions and their unique gifts. And I think that this is the year, not just of realizing we're not alone and that we're cosmic, but realizing that even within ourselves and our own beingness of who we are connected cosmically. We are cosmic beings as well as earth beings. And we have so much to give. We're here for a reason. And I think this is the year of really everyone calling in. Why am I here? What am I here to do? How am I here to offer my unique gifts? And rather than thinking too big about all the things that might happen, I try to focus on that. And to me, that's kind of like thinking as local as you can possibly think. Like, how can I work from within? And I think if everyone is encouraged to do that, what we will see is an incredible manifestation.
Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. I got so excited because we have so many amazing people, and I missed Reverend Retta. And Reverend Retta is somebody that I'm really excited to have with us. She was on the show a long time ago, and she's part of Kristen's Artists Catalyzing Evolution group. And when Kristen and I were putting the show together, thinking about who we want to have do a special prayer and meditation, it was like obvious, Reverend Retta. So I'm going to turn over to you, to Kristen, to add your introduction.
I could not be a bigger fan of Reverend Retta Morgan. She has moved me, she has moved the depths of my heart. And in our Evolutionary Leaders Ace Synergy Circle over the past couple of years, every time Reverend Retta shares, I feel an illumination. I feel a realness. I feel connected more to humanity and possibility. And yet she keeps things very real and tangible and honest. And I just am so grateful for her work. She's an incredible reverend, a leader, a speaker, an author, and I'm getting goosebumps as I think about it. But Reverend Retta is working on a brand new book, and I would say it's a way of life called The Well of Welcome. And she shared this well of welcome in one of our Ace Synergy circles. And whoa, this is a transformational space for all people to learn to work with each other, for us to really learn to feel how we can welcome each other into our days, into our lives, into our communities, and how we can feel more welcome ourselves, and really what are the spaces that support us and what are the spaces that have not, and how can we learn from those. So I'm just so excited, Reverend Retta, to have you. I think you're on mute, so unmute. And Reverend Retta is going to be sharing, as we begin tonight, actually a kind of well of welcoming experience. So I love you so much, and just couldn't be more grateful to be ending and beginning a new year with this well of welcome.
Wow, what an introduction. Thank you so much. Peace and deep blessings to everyone here. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for that. So, yeah, I want to invite each of you, if you will, to take a deep, nourishing, cleansing breath. And if you can, allow the sound to be the sound of forever, to be the inhale, and the sound of love everywhere to be the exhale. And we get to breathe together into the sanctuary that we are. I'm going to do some toning, some singing, which is part of the welcome. And I will intersperse that with words. So the prayer is both sung and spoken. I invite you to continue breathing and to drink in the words and the sound, if you will. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Welcome to this moment. Welcome into this sacred circle. As we continue to breathe deeply together, we become sanctuary. Imagine with me, if you will, the zoom boxes softening at the edges and becoming circles. As we form into a living, breathing sanctuary for this time, for this moment, we get to be present across time and space. Welcome, North Star that we are. Welcome, High Vision. Welcome, cosmic grounding and heavenward mindfulness. Welcome. Welcome in the midst of chaos and uncertainty. Welcome our human frailty and follies. Welcome, welcome compassion in the name of life. Welcome in this moment, the spectrum of who we are and who we are becoming. Welcome, the present of the ancient ones, the ancestors walking along beside us through this corridor down to the threshold of the edge. The threshold, the edge of this year. Of our knowing. Of our being and doing.
Reverend Retta, somehow you got muted.
You need to unmute Reverend Retta.
Welcome.
Thank you so much. I don't know how the muting happened there for a moment. We got 98% of it. Thank you so much. Reverend Retta, I actually went to your website, reverendretta.com, and it's not opening up. Is there a new website for you?
It's a very, it's going to be up by the end of next week. So just hold on to it. Yeah. Having one of those glitches, those online glitches. Yeah,
Can
it'll
you
be
tell us a little bit about your book, Well of Welcome, and when we can expect it?
sure. Yeah, I'm shooting for the fall, and those of you who have written books probably know this business of announcing when the thing is coming out. But I am shooting for the fall, and there's a very good chance that it will be out by then. If not, then not much later than that. Well of Welcome is about, the premise is pretty straightforward. If we practice welcome, cultivate welcoming as spiritual practice, beginning with how we welcome ourselves, it actually deepens our sense of belonging, and we all want to belong, right? And so the work of noticing what parts are welcome wherever we are at any time, and really cultivating practices to bring the parts of ourselves forward, I think give us more capacity to be present and to welcome others, and also to sort of track when we feel unwelcome. That's a thing that really came out for me about this work in this book. There are often times when we don't feel welcome, right? So I want to really walk with folks to really practice the kinds of welcoming that allow us to track when we don't feel welcome, and how we can tune back in to the stream of continual welcoming, right? So that we can build more resilience around that. And so if we can welcome ourselves, if we can stay present, and we can really welcome others. And I think that this work will be particularly helpful across difference in the places where we get triggered, where we want to close down, shut down because we don't feel welcome. I'd like us to build more bridges to each other with this practice of welcoming.
You know, Reverend Retta, one of the things I really appreciated was that you were welcoming confusion and welcoming, you know, and welcoming the uncomfortable
Yes.
parts of life.
Yeah.
And that touched me. And I do want to encourage people to support you. And they can do that by going to Patreon.
Yes.
I just put the link. So for those of you watching on Facebook, if you go to patreon.com/Reverend Retta, that's where you can join her movement. You can join for free, but you can also support her. And I'm going to do that. I'm going to support her right now. I support Kristen and Nina Gray and so many of the people that we love. I'm not going to let everybody know my Visa card there. That happened once before. I joined, I was supporting someone and my whole credit card and everything was out there for, anyway. But let's all support Reverend Retta as we want to support all of the amazing people that are with us tonight. And Reverend Retta, I look forward to seeing you at the next Artists Catalyzing Evolution meeting.
Yes,
And you as well.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead.
No, you as well. Thank you. Thank you for inviting me. Yeah.
Yeah,
Thank
it
you.
made
Stick around.
2024 really feel like a space that we want to be welcomed into and where we really think about how we're welcoming each other. And I'm just so inspired by just how simple that can shift everything. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Reverend. Stick around, Reverend Retta. We've got an amazing show.
Will do.
And to take us to the next step, I'm going back to our other co-host, my good friend, Alan Steinfeld, who's got a very special new guest to introduce to us.
That's right. I also want to say it's great to be here with Kristen and her latest album, Rain Shine. I've been listening to it as I've been driving, and it just gets to you. It just goes deep every time, Kristen. So thank you.
Oh, I love you, Alan. And later, maybe we'll put a link to an incredible interview that I just did with Alan. We'll put that in the chat. It's one of my favorite interviews ever and discussions. And it was about rain shine and frequency and sound and I'm just such a fan of you, Alan. So
I'm a fan of you.
With you.
Okay, we'll talk about that later. Okay, now the reason we're here, I've been doing, like I said, this prediction show for at least 10 years. I started at the Edgar Cayce Center of New York, and then I did it for 2 years there, and then about 5 years at the Open Center. And Alex Santiago's coming up did an incredible prediction in January of 2020. Everyone thought it was just going to be another year. And he says, it's going to be a really intense year. Look out. It's not what you think. Something's coming. I mean, he went into more specifics than that, but he was warning us about what took place in the COVID kind of lockdown, and you really got it on the money, Alex. So every year since then, I've wanted him back to see what does he see for this coming year. He's a Vedic astrologer and does some Western astrology. So Alex, you have about 11 minutes or 10 minutes. Go for it, my friend. Thank you.
All right. So it's my turn now. Okay. Well, hello,
Yes.
everybody. Hi, Alan. Thank you for bringing me back. It's an honor. And I feel so blessed to be a part of this. And hello, everyone else. And that opening welcoming was powerful. Thank you, Reverend. Yes, I do both systems. I started off with Western, but then it was my destiny to open up to Vedic. And it's really enriched my practice. And I see what I do as more of a ministry rather than a fortune teller or anything like that. I'm an ordained minister of the science of light. And it just so synchronistically happens to be that Vedic astrology is called the science of light, Jyotish. So this is a very important year. It seems like every year is becoming more and more important in one regard or another, as we have crossed that threshold, or we're in that cusp of Pisces, Aquarius, those ages that last over 2,000 years. And now we're at that blending, but going rapidly more into the Aquarian vibrations. And it's really the Great Awakening. And it's human nature, though, as we usher in these new energies, to be resistant because of the unknown, the unfamiliar. We get comfortable even with things that don't serve us. I'm thinking of when the Israelites were in the desert, and they were freed from Egypt, but then they were kind of complaining, and then you had the golden calf, which represented the age of Taurus, and Moses was trying to usher them into the age of Aries. It goes backwards. And so even now we're leaving Pisces and we're getting comfortable, we got comfortable in that. But in Aquarius, we're being challenged or invited to come into our inner knowing, the truth within. And that could be challenging, but beautiful as well, as we surrender, as we let go and let God or the universe or source, whatever you like to call her. And this is a great, powerful time that our souls chose to be here and to be beacons of light to usher in that new era. So basically, I'm just going to cover briefly about some of the eclipses and transits that we have here, focusing more on the Vedic because we have other astrologers here who will focus on the Western. Although I am one of those Vedic astrologers who use the outer planets, Neptune, Pluto, Uranus. And it's interesting, I'm not going to go into that, but the rishis that were in a golden age that had these downloads of what we call Vedic astrology, used them as well before we discovered the telescopes. And they have other names for them, like, Varuna for Neptune and Yama for Pluto and Vayu for Uranus. So, but anyway, I'm going to have to be brief here because, as usual, I take too many notes, and I'm just going to kind of give a little general overview. Well, two interesting things that I noticed about ushering in 2024 is that Jupiter, or Guru, is going direct, literally as we speak. It's stationing, turning around, going direct. And in the constellation of Aries, although it's in the sign of Taurus. And for me, the signs that the Westerners use are more like styles of expression and how they express themselves. And in the Vedic, it's more like the karmic conditions they are working with. So I think it's like yin and yang, feminine and male, sun and moon. They work together beautifully, which is why I can't pick one system. So Jupiter is going direct. So things are going to start to move forward. Jupiter represents blessings, truth, faith, expansion. And Mercury, now what's interesting about Mercury is he's trying to go direct, but he's waiting till the second. And so he's kind of groggy. And so that might be very telling about our relationship to the truth that we're trying to tap into, that Jupiter's trying to give us. And we might find that we're struggling collectively to trust the truth, to be comfortable with it, to feel safe to live in our truths and to speak our truths. And so we might see some interesting repercussions of that struggle, even going into the election in November, with Mercury ruling information and communication and whatnot, and ballots and elections and whatnot. It's in Scorpio in the Vedic, and we have Mars just entering Sagittarius, which is giving more energy to said Jupiter. And there's a lot of fire there. So we're going to be feeling that impulse to move forward. Now, Saturn has had a kind of a bit of a rein on things moving forward from that perspective, being in Aquarius in the Vedic, again, it's the Vedic, using the sidereal zodiac. And so while he was in Capricorn, it was all about the rules. You couldn't leave your house, you couldn't do this, you couldn't go in that store without showing an ID of some kind to prove that you had something that was injected in you or whatever. And now, in Aquarius, it still works because Saturn rules Aquarius in the Vedic. It's one of the rulers. And as well as Rahu, or the North Node, and Vayu, Uranus. In Aquarius, you still have to be very responsible, still Saturnian, but your responsibility is to yourself, to who you truly are, and how we fit in together as a big global family in that truth, that collective truth. And if we're not responsible for it or to that, then the governments and powers that be will say, fine, we'll take over. We'll tell you what to do. You can't go past here for 15 minutes. You can't do that. You can't wear blue, whatever, because it's dangerous to society, because they're going to use the same themes of sustainability and environmentalism and equality. Those will be the catchphrases, which are beautiful words that we should be honoring, but in a darker way, lower octave, if we're not honoring our truth and truly living free. Otherwise, these words will be very seductive to give up our freedoms. And Aquarius is all about freedom. And if we are going to experience that freedom in that beautiful age of Aquarius for the next 2,150 years, we have to have that courage. And Mars right now in Sagittarius is trying to give us that courage, an idealistic, truth-seeking Sagittarius. I think my mind is going faster than my mouth, and I'm trying to make sure I don't miss anything, but let me just take a breath here because there's so much I want to say. But I think you're receiving. I think you're getting the gist of it. So let's see here.
The eclipses you mentioned? The eclipses.
Okay, so there are, thank you, Alan. There are 4 of them, 2 lunar, 2 solar. The one that I think I want to focus on is the final solar, October 2nd. They're all important. They all are life-changing. I mean, and then you also have Pluto and Aquarius stirring things up. This one is intense. They all have their level of intensity, but the solar eclipse in the tropical will be 10 degrees Libra, but in the sidereal Vedic will be 16 Virgo. In the lunar mansion, we use these 27 additional mini constellations to refine and fine-tune the existing 12 that we know. And they're 13 degrees, 20 minutes each. This one is Hasta, H-A-S-T-A. It's a Sanskrit word, which means the palm of your hand. And ideally, I mean, when we're in alignment, this is a powerful energy here. We can manifest things right into the palm of our hands. There's a lot of magical energy. But conversely, if we're focusing on fear and division and hatred and whatnot, we can manifest some craziness. And this eclipse is right before the election. And it's conjunct Mercury, which was retrograde when stationary retrograde when January 1st. And actually Mercury is also eclipsed in this. He's joining in because an eclipse is also a conjunction in declination, which is the parallels and where the parallels and contraparallels are. Mercury is not only conjunct in longitudes but also in declination. So it's Sun, Moon, and Mercury all together. And in Virgo, which is a sign of health as well, and square Mars. And in the Vedic system, they allow for 100% strength the opening square for Mars, not the closing one. In Western, all squares are powerful. So this one has 100% strength, and Mars is fiery, as we know. And there's some more stuff. Okay, so this eclipse is going to be visible in the United States, and most so quite visibly in Texas. And so there's going to be things stirring up. I'm just going to put myself out on a limb again, and I'll say, I mean, I'm not God, I don't know everything, but I think it's quite written in the heavens that in this election, I think there's going to be something very unusual, even crazier than we had 4 years ago. I think it's quite possible. I'm just going to say possible, not likely, but I'm leaning toward likely a little bit. That neither of the 2 main candidates that we hear about, Biden and Trump, will be president. And if they are, that'll be a miracle. And I think for several reasons, I mean, because of what I just said, but also there's Biden's health might fail. There's things going on with his personal transits that might suggest that the king of the nation or the head of the nation might suffer or have a difficulty or challenge. And then Trump, as we know, there's a lot of controversy going on, and I think a lot of people are trying to block him. So what's possible is that, and then even Kennedy, he's got to watch out for his life. I'm not saying he's going to die, but I wouldn't be shocked if he were attacked in some way. That seems to be their family karma as well. And it's going to be very interesting. So I think that it's possible that someone will be selected from our government who will usher them in as an emergency, just like other things were ushered in a couple of years ago as an emergency without being really FDA approved. And so I think that somebody will be pushed in. Now, I'm not 100% sure. And if that doesn't happen, it's just going to be chaotic. And there may be, unfortunately, I love this country, but there may be a bit of a divide, even more so, that we have to repair moving forward and heal. Now, the word heal is very important because of the Virgo emphasis here, and then the south node of the moon, known as Ketu, the demon's tail or the dragon's tail, and this is the year of the dragon coming up, is going through Virgo as well, and began on October 31st for 18 months, and that will be, well, I won't give you the date. I won't look that up, but it's 18 months from then. And Rahu, its opposite, the head, is in Pisces for those 18 months. So in Virgo, the K2 energy is going to struggle with the technical aspects of Virgo, which is about which is going to try to align with the Pluto in Aquarius and the AI. And basically, we're going to have a choice. We're going to have the real version of awakening and reset, or the artificial shadow version. And many of you know about that already. I'm not going to go into that. But definitely a type of reset is occurring by 2030. I think actually the bow on that will be actually when Saturn enters Pisces in the Vedic in 2032, squaring Jupiter in Gemini, I believe, and wherein, because Jupiter wants us to speak our truth and just have fun with that, and Saturn may try to regulate that. So if we figure out the place of what's appropriate and how to express our freedoms without too much censorship, then that can usher in a beautiful beginnings of a golden age, a mini golden age. If not, I think that's still coming, but we may delay it because the powers that be, which is Pluto, they're struggling letting go of that golden calf because they want to hold on to that power at all costs. And they can be ruthless with that. But the awakening and the liberation will come from the people, not the government, from the ground up. So what does that mean? Honor your truth now in the your everyday life, your individuality. That's contagious. Share that love with others. Trust me, there's a lot of power in that. I could say a whole lot more, but I think my time is up. Yes.
It is. And Alex,
Mondays.
I'm so appreciating what you're sharing. And I have to say, my instinct has also been it's not going to be Biden or Trump. When I kind of tune in, I'm not as psychic like you are, but sometimes and I've just got to know it's not going to be either of those guys. So we'll see.
Yeah.
I need your URL. Where do people learn more about you and to get more of your beautiful offerings?
Thank you, brother. You could go to my website, Prem, Prem, that stands for Divine Love in Sanskrit, premalchemy.net. And you can say hello. I'm in the Real Estate Bookshop on 14th Street every Monday, and Om Shanti Bookshop on Tuesdays. I'm also thinking of starting an astrology meditation group called the Blue Moon Circle, maybe in a few weeks. So stay tuned for that.
Beautiful. And here it is. It's premalchemy.net. And that's
There
where
you
we can
go.
learn all about Alexander and all that he's doing. And I certainly hope that you'll come back and be on the show again sometime, where we can go deeper. I know that today it's just a little homeopathic dosage, but a beautiful, beautiful start for people to get to know you and your beautiful offerings. And I'm going to bring up your compadre, Alan, for a moment.
Yeah,
Alan,
I thought that was great. It's sort of, to sum it up in a lot of moving forward, and then the election really crazy. So I think 2024 is a time of real transformation for people who've been held back for 3 or 4 years, and now they're moving forward. And watch out, because it's just going to get even wilder than it's ever been before, and that's always exciting. So
getting wilder than before, yeah, that's really saying something.
It's always the 4th year of the decade where the decade really kind of begins, like 1964 began the 60s, 74, 84. So 2004 is we're really moving into the 2020s in a way that's different than the past. That's my prediction.
Absolutely. And I have a fun prediction that's going to come true. I'm noticing a few people talking about presidents wanting Marianne Williamson to be elected. And I just got word from her assistant, Lauren, that Marianne is going to be on the Awakening World. We're setting a date, but it's going to be sometime in late January or early February. And we're going to have a whole show dedicated to Marianne Williamson. So I'm really excited about that.
Right.
And we're going to go in a moment to Kristen and Kelly. But I want to welcome all the people that are watching by now on all the different Facebook groups and pages and all of our broadcast partners. A big thank you to John and Summer Raymer and the Sign Network that get us out there. Now, if you're watching this on Facebook or one of the broadcast partners, come join us. Come join the Global Peace Tribe. And now's the time to do it because our new season is beginning next Wednesday night, January 3rd. It's going to be a great show. We've got John Gray, Catherine Woodward Thomas. So join the Global Peace Tribe. How do you do that? It's easy. Just go to globalpeacetribe.com, globalpeacetribe.com, kind of like what's behind me. And when you go there, you're going to be able to learn all about us. There's Kristen Hoffman and Deepak Chopra and Nina Gray and all of the different people that you see frequently on our shows. And so you can learn about who we are, the shows we do, and then click register for the new season. And when you do that, when you, come on. When you register for the new season, it will take you to our registration page. And that's where you can learn more about who we are, all the different shows that we do. We also provide a free meditation every night. So you can come to our free meditation. This is the show we just did on Wednesday night, which was beautiful. And of course, here's the show that you're watching this evening. Now, here's what's wonderful. When you register and join, you get the Zoom room links and you can come right in. And if you do it now, you'll get the Zoom room link for tonight. You can still come on in and you can ask questions and chat with us. We have a very alive community. It's a beautiful Global Peace Tribe community. So come get to know people. We also send to you once a week the replays for the shows you might have missed. So it's a wonderful thing to do. And now is the time to subscribe. So please do join the Global Peace Tribe. Every week we do at least 2 shows. Always there's live music, inspiring guests like you've already seen, and an amazing community that'll keep you informed and inspired. And as I said before, we always have music, and boy, are you in for a treat. I'm going to turn back over to my wonderful friend, co-host, Kristen, to introduce a new friend to the Global Peace Tribe.
So exciting. I love the Global Peace Tribe, and it's so wonderful to be here for this ending and beginning show. And speaking of new beginnings, I would love to welcome on the most incredible new artist I have discovered in the last year, Kelly Love Jones, who is from New Orleans, a mutual friend from Patricia Cota Robles's circles, introduced us and said, you two have got to meet. You are total soul sisters. And months back, we got on a Zoom and we talked for like 2 or 3 hours. And I've just fallen in love with her music. She's working on a brand new album and I've gotten some sneak peeks and these pieces are incredible. What I love about you, Kelly Love, is just your authenticity, your beautiful light heart, your care. It's so evident in who you are. I felt it the minute I met you and in your music. And Kelly Love is going to be sharing a piece which is called There's More to Life. And I'll let her tell you a little bit more about it. But I think it's perfect for this time of year when, you know, it's easy to get lost in the sea of materialism. And this song calls us back. And why don't you share a little before you play about it?
Oh, more to life. It's, you know, it just speaks about being present as to what is going on and really recognizing what is important. You know, what things that we kind of put ahead of things that are really better for us. And so it's just taking a moment to really slow down and think about it and say, okay, what is this life really for me? What am I doing? You know? And I think sometimes we need to do that.
For sure.
For sure.
So this can be everyone's theme song as you remember to slow down and tap in 2024.
That's right.
Okay, well, I can't wait. I know we're all super excited.
There's more to life than all the money that you put to the side. and the things that you buy, my love. There's more to life, and it shows every day that you rise and you open up your eyes, my love. There's more to life, and I know that if you walk your path and stop living in the past, my love, there's more to life, and you'll grow. There's more to life than you know. Hear the warning, better listen close. Got a second chance, don't let it go. Take a moment, come back to now. Remember, breathe, remember, breathe. Gotta slow it down, don't go so fast, but stay young at heart. Take off your mask, disrobe your armor, be vulnerable. Let down your hair and stand naked there. There's more to life than all the money that you put to the side and the things that you buy, my love. There's more to life, and it shows every day that you rise and you open up your eyes, my love. There's more to life, and I know if you walk your path, stop living in the past, my love. There's more to life, and you'll grow. There's more than the things that you buy, my love. Gotta make a move, quit standing still, start moving forward. You've got a life to build. Let go of all the things you've done. There's no regrets, just forgive and forget. Stop crying out, no tears are left. Just know you're blessed and focus on your happiness. No rivalries, no memories that keep you from your higher self. Take off the weight and lose your shell. There's more to life than all the money that you put to the side and the things that you buy, my love. There's more to life, and it shows every day that you rise and you open up your eyes, my love. There's more to life, and I know if you walk your path, stop living in the past, my love. There's more to life, and you grow. There's more than the things that you buy, my love. Ooh, 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 there's more to life. Ooh, there's more to life. Yeah, yeah. There's more to life. Ooh, there's more to life. Yeah, yeah. There's more to life. Ooh, there's more. There's more. There's more to life. Ooh, there's more. There's more. There's more to life than all the money that you put to the side and the things that you buy, my love.
Oh, Kelly, wow. You know, Kristen said, Scott, you're going to want her to come on the show over and over. She's going to become a figure on the show. And I sure hope that's the case.
I would love to.
That was amazing. Isn't that an incredible song? I keep saying
Thank
this is a hit song. This reminds us
Mm.
of what is most important, and it's so universal and so healing.
Thank you. Yeah, I
And
mean,
if I'm going to have something running in my head over and over and over, that's the refrain, right?
yeah, that's a good one.
When
And
is
what's
this album coming out, Kelly Love?
well, that's well, I'm looking at February that the new album is coming out, and it was interesting something Alex mentioned earlier. He mentioned about this year being a year of surrender, and that's what I was intending to name the album. So it has so when he said it, I was like, okay, now that's definitely the name of the album because it just fits right. And, you know, trusting in that surrender. My latest album right before this one was called Trust, you can see behind me. But it was trust in yourself, trust in the creator, and trust in the process. And so that has been a continuous motto for me. And then, you know, just to go into the next album as just being like surrendered to all of it, surrender to now, you know.
Yes.
Well, speaking of albums, we can get more Kelly Love music, Kelly Love Jones music, by going to her website.
Yes.
And for those of you watching on Facebook, of course, I'm posting it right now for in our Zoom room. It's at kellylovejonesmusic.com. kellylovejonesmusic.com. I'm definitely going to join her mailing list right now,
Awesome.
of course. And Kelly, is there any place you want to kind of direct us? Of course, everybody join her mailing list. And where would you like people to go on your website? What do you
And they
want?
go on the website. I have the new album is Trust is available that you can go on and click on and you know, get a download of it. And then there's also that the ones above, the songs right above that album. These are these are 4 songs from the new album, so you get to get like a sneak peek of what they are. And I did it with a young man named Diesel, who is an amazing producer, who used to live in New Orleans when we were kids. We went to middle school together, and he moved away to work with like major labels and Cash Money Records and all of these big labels and stuff. And then he called me one day and he was like, I'm back. And I was like, oh, okay. And he's like, no, I'm back. Like, I'm back home in New Orleans. And I'm like, what? And so he says, what are you doing in like 2 hours? And I said, nothing. He's like, I'm coming over. So he came over with this big, huge black case, and he drags it up my stairs, and he puts it in the room, and he opens it up, and he starts pulling out all this recording equipment, and he was like, what do you want to record? And I was like, okay, I got this, and this. So we spent the next, was like 2.5 months. Well, it was over very quickly. So it was probably about 2 months that we just recorded song, and we got 7 songs on this project. So that was another course of me coming into my own, of just surrendering, you know, to like what is happening. Like, this is an opportunity at my front door. You know, what are you doing in 2 hours? It's like the answer is, I'm with you. let's go, you know. So I think that's for myself for the next year, is saying yes more, you know, being ready and available. Because Kristen has challenged me on some things to do too that I have to live up to.
Yeah, Kristen has a way of doing that.
I have
But I love
challenged her
it. I love
to put together her first online concert.
Yeah.
And I know we'll support. And actually, this was her first online debut. And I think there's going to be so much more coming up in this next year. And I'm just so honored to know you, and just a big fan of your music.
Thank you.
And
Same.
looking forward to collaborating.
Same. Yes. Yes. I
There's
can't
some
wait.
really-
What are you doing in 2 hours?
The chat box is blowing up with people commenting. Nikita writes, so wonderful, Kelly Love. Eleanor Joy writes, I love that kind of synchronicity, flowing with ease and grace. Carol writes, I freaking love that story.
Oh,
Ayada writes, I love your music, Kelly, and we'll definitely be sharing it.
sweet, sweet.
David Gershon, who we'll see in a few minutes, says, Kelly, I love your music and your spirit. Andrew and Connie write, yes, Kelly, trust the loving universe with bold, committed actions. And on and on and on, all the comments go. So you're a hit.
Yes.
Oh,
Oh, thank you, thank you. I'm on Instagram as well, Kelly Love Jones. If people are on Instagram there too.
there you go. For all you
Beautiful.
IT people.
This is awesome.
And the next time you come on, I'm making a note. We have to tell that cool story of how you ended up opening for Pato Banton, who has been in this community many times.
Well,
Yeah,
now,
there's
Pato, now, are you free on, everybody gets to watch it happen right now. Pato and Antoinette are our special guests on January 13th, our
what?
annual Martin Luther King show. They're going to be debuting their Spirit of Ubuntu film. Would you like to be one of our musical artists?
I would love to. Are you kidding me? Don't ask again. I'm good. I'm ready. I'm ready.
Well,
yeah,
you will
I
be
would
with
love it.
Pato and Antoinette and the tribe.
Oh my God.
I think that's what, just 2 weeks from tonight. So tonight, January 13th.
Wow. Thank you. Thank you. Kristen, you make dreams come true. Oh. How do you do that?
There's so nothing that I love more. Well, music, love, and connecting people. I think those are my favorite three parts of this lifetime experience.
Yes. That's what I was telling my son the other day. It was like, building relationships is the most underrated, commodity. Like, why do we forget about that part? Like, everybody's like, oh, I gotta have this amount of money. What kind of relationships do you have? Because when you build relationships, you can say, hey, my friend, listen, my tire's flat. Can you come help me? Like, that doesn't take money. It takes loving people, you know what I mean? And being kind to people, and that kindness coming back to you. So,
Kelly Love, I am just so excited to meet you. You'll be back in 2 weeks. Stick around for the show because we are about to bring up one of my favorite guests. This is Kimberly Meredith. She is someone who's been on the show, really going all the way back to when we were doing Saturday Night Alive for the Global Peace Tribe. That's how we kind of got started. And right away, people fell in love with her. And Alan, I want to thank you for arranging for Kimberly to be with us tonight.
Well, Kimberly has helped me out. It's because of her I got my book published. We kind of went at that together, and she's been a very good friend and an incredible visionary. One thing I want to say about Kelly, that song sounded like a classical folk song that I sound like I might have heard, but it was so beautiful. But anyway, back to Kimberly. She is a walk-in, she's a channel, she's a visionary, she's a healer, a fantastic healer. But I think you have a bunch of beautiful things to say about what's coming up, because she gets connections from her guides all the time. Her eyes blink and you'll see they're actually talking through her. So Kimberly, what do you got for us?
Yeah, so I'm a psychic. I'm a medical medium and I'm a psychic. And hi everybody. Happy New Year, everybody. So I do what's called psychic mediumship. And I do something that's called soul frequency readings. You can look at my website. It's called thehealingtrilogy.com. And so I do a lot of soul frequency readings for people individually. They're sacred geometry numbers. And so I decided to do it for the next year. And these are patterns and numbers and frequencies that are very accurate. So for this next coming year of 2024, I have some pretty good news. When I go into January, February, March, around April, I feel a lot of light, heaviness lifted for all of us. So I feel like a lot of what we're going through right now, which I know everybody's kind of feeling it, right? That we've been going through that. I feel things are going to start feeling a little bit better. I feel like what Alex said, he's spot on about the presidents, the two people. I don't feel that they're going to be coming in. I also feel a lot of people need to start trusting more their intuition. It's a time, I speak to the other side, relatives that have crossed over. 2024 equals the number 8. So if you want to write this down, if you want to take a little pad out, 8 is the thread of the 8 is the infinity sign. So that means a lot of people from the other side are going to come in and try to help us. So relatives that have crossed over are helping a lot in this next year, 2024, communicating to your ancestors, helping you to awaken your own abilities. I don't know how many here feel like if you are working for somebody else, You're going to want to start maybe finding your own abilities to waken up more and maybe start your own company or wanting the urge to work for yourself. And of course, you're going to see a lot more companies closing down. That's going to start happening. Also, the awakening, the full awakening. I love Alex, by the way. Hi, Alex. I feel that I'm a little bit on the 2033 is when it's really going to happen. The huge, big time is 2033, and that's the next 8 again. When I see the 8 over people, that is when the mom and the dads and Christ consciousness, Jesus omnipresent is coming in to speak. The next thing, and that we can't stop that. That's in 10 years. That is coming. And it's really a great thing. It's like, amen, 2033. That's just what I'm hearing and getting. Also, here are the numbers for next year. 4 means all of us, everybody, it's kind of like the time to serve. Okay, so this is like serve, tap into the angels, helpful. It's time for all of us to be like helping not only ourselves, but our brothers and sisters. The next number I get is tapping into spirituality. A lot of that. I'm getting, this is the time to be in community and spirituality. And not only did I get it once, guess how many times I got it? 7 times. Over and over and over again. I see Dana smiling. And the next number that I got, which is the number of money, was at the bottom. Money's losing its frequency. Hallelujah. Money's like, money's going bye-bye. Sorry. Bye-bye. It doesn't have as much energy to it anymore. So if you're like, oh, that's so exciting that you're famous and you're a celebrity, my guides are going, no. And a lot of you don't know me. You can read about me later, how much I am pretty accurate on all types of illnesses and energies and cancer and all this. My guides are saying money is losing frequency. And the energy of spirituality and giving and helping others is on a high 5. So from 1 to 5, I get high on helping and serving. The next number I was getting is over and over again, not only, okay, so get ready for this. 7s. 7, 7, 7, 7, and 7s. And 7s, what do you think 7s mean? Peace, calm, and serenity, meaning it's the time next year of like, if it's not like chill and calm, we're out of here. Like people don't want it. We don't want to deal with it. It's like, no, we're gone. And so it's like, next year, even though it kind of seems like we're kind of headed for this like, it might be kind of a little bit, it's going to be January, February, March, not so, but April, it's going to be bright and better and more. And actually, it will become lucrative, but in a good way. And this is what my guides are talking about. Here's the other thing. If any of you feel a little bit on the fear side, that's a dimensional illusion. That's what they want to make happen for you. That's when you need to say, I am safe. I am willing to move into this dimension that is being created. I am love, and I am crossing the bridge with ease. I am in this energetic experience, just like the music we're hearing tonight is so beautiful and awesome. Music, meditation, understanding that we can appreciate this positive energetic shift. The last thing I'm going to say is, I love you guys. I'm sending you blessings. And does anybody have a question?
Well, you know what I want to do is I want to acknowledge you for a moment, Kimberly, and people who are longtime guests on our show know this story, but I'm going to tell it again.
Okay.
Kimberly was on a few years ago, and she did some intuitive medical readings for people. And there was a couple who hired her after seeing her on the show. And the husband contacted me and thanked me. And it's a long story. I won't go into the whole story, but he said, Kimberly saved my wife's life. When she did her medical reading of his wife, Kimberly picked up a very significant issue. They went to the hospital, they checked it out, and they caught it in time because of Kimberly. And so, you know, today she's blessing us with her perspective about 2024, but she's an extraordinary medical intuitive. And as you can tell, she does it with so much joy. She does everything with just kind of a lightness. It's kind of like, you know, there's like this incredible wisdom, but it comes out like a 6-year-old child feeding hungry ducks, you know. So I really appreciate your beautiful spirit, Kimberly.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Scott. And I love being here with everybody. I love you. I love you so much. I love Alan. I love everybody. I love meeting Kristen for the first time. And, you know, after my 2 near-death experiences, I wasn't always this giggly and fun. Believe me, I used to be so much different. But I love working with spirit. And like I said in the beginning, we all have guides. We all have ancestors. We all have relatives on the other side. And this is the year to tap into more of them that want to help out. And I just want you to all know that I'm just excited to make you feel, I want you to feel a little bit more at ease about next year. And like, I loved, I really, Alex touched my heart, because it is true that well, I guess you'll come after if it's not, but I don't feel the people that are elected at the moment that they think is going to happen. I don't feel he's going to get in. And I do feel next year is really about like what's happening right now here, community, spirituality, and meditation and prayer and affirmations. And it's not about a religious thing. It's about tapping into, it's really important right now, if you know what I'm communicating.
Mm.
It's really important to help your brothers and sisters.
I'm going to
Well,
read some of the
thank you,
comments.
Kimberly.
Oh,
I just want to say, Kimberly has private sessions. Are you going to show those websites,
I
Scott?
sure
I
am.
wanted
Of
to
course I
say,
am.
yeah, and I just want to say thank you for reminding me that, because I forget. I have a non-denominational prayer circle that I put my whole heart and soul in. We do it every month, and we translate the whole service in Spanish and English, and it's absolutely free. We do appreciate the donation so we can keep it going. So we're over 200 to 300 people now that come to it. So really happy about that.
Beautiful. Well, the website is thehealingtrilogy.com, thehealingtrilogy.com. And there's a lot there. That's where you can book an appointment, and she sees people both by Zoom and also in her office in Encino. You can become part of her miraculous mentorship program. And she really is living in the fifth dimension. So who better to learn how to be in the fifth dimension with than Kimberly Meredith? She also has this wonderful book that she wrote. She did a whole show about awakening to the fifth dimension with us, and it was one of my favorite shows. And that was one of the reasons I changed the name from Saturday Night Alive for the Global Peace Tribe to the Awakening World. So you were quite an inspiration for that.
Well, you and Alan are, you know, always in my thoughts and prayers, and I just love you two so much. I just do. I can't wait to see you in person soon at the expo, right?
Yes, well, Kimberly, we're going to do some online retreats too, where we'll do some visioning, and Kimberly can do some healing. So sign up for her mailing list on the trilogy. What is it? The healingtrilogy.com.
And I want to get the CDs, I mean the MP3s, to both of the lovely ladies with their music, Kristen and Kelly.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much.
Kimberly, quick question for you. And by the way, there's a lot of comments, people telling.
Okay, hi
So look at
everybody.
the chat box.
Happy New Year.
People are loving you. Ayada is asking, what was the number for spirituality and community? What was that number?
Community and spirituality is the number 7. And also it's a sense. So when I do personal soul on my website, there's soul frequency numbers readings you can get from me. And I also match your soulmate together with you. And so sometimes people may not have that number together. And that's where you have like a hitch together. It's the number 7. And sometimes people have that in their frequency in their body. And so what's really interesting is next year in 2024, a lot of people are going to be experiencing the 7, which is the 7th. And so when I did the reading on next year, there's multiple 7s coming at us, meaning people are going to be wanting and thriving more of that community and spirituality. You're going to see more people going into churches, mosque and prayer and like self-realization centers and thriving for that energy.
Beautiful.
Getting chills right now. And then the next 10 years going into 2033, it's going to be becoming more and more, less about, oh, how much money do you have? It's not going to be as important.
Beautiful.
And in fact, more banks are shutting, more organizations are shutting down, more people are going to be wanting to find out what their abilities are about and awakening.
Yeah. You know, Kimberly, every time you come on the show, you get more and more tapped in, like more of your gifts are unfolding.
You just don't see me every day, but yes. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Kimberly.
Thank you.
Love you so much.
Thank you.
Well, she's saying that 2033 is when the big awakening is going to happen. And a big part of that is that peace by 2030 is what we all are working for. So to introduce the wonderful David Gershon, one of his dearest and closest friends, our co-host is Kristen.
Yes. Peace by 2030 is the mantra of our next guest, David Gershon, beloved friend, soul family, and creator of, I mean, you might have seen a torch that went around the world 30 odd years ago and touched 1 billion lives and during the first Earth run. And then David started the Empowerment Institute with his beloved wife, Gail, and he's worked on just bringing empowerment to so many humans and specifically women around the world in many, many countries. And now David is 100 billion% focused on the game, the Peace on Earth by 2030 game, which I have had the great honor of witnessing as he's really called it in, downloaded it through the years. And now it's not just a vision, but this game is actively being played by literally thousands of people around the planet. And I will let David tell you more, but David, it's just such a beautiful honor to be here with you this evening. And I know you have many great blessings to share with us all for 2024 and moving ahead.
Thank you, Kristen. A pleasure to be here, Scott. Thank you for inviting me. I've been getting really high off of Kimberly, so I'll stay in that energy. Thank you, Kimberly, for
I love you.
your wise
Me too.
insights into the future. So let me talk about a big idea. One of the things that I have stepped into is owning this possibility for humanity that peace on earth by 2030 is possible. And it's been a journey that I've been on for close to 50 years. And I want to tell you about it tonight. I want to give you some insight into how we see it as possible. I want to invite us all to open up our imaginations. The time is upon us when we can do things that seem impossible now, but in fact are not even close to being impossible, if we know how and if we have the will. So this story for me, and Kristen alluded to this, began in 1986, where we passed a torch of peace around the world. And wherever the torch of peace went, all wars stopped. We partnered with the United Nations Children's Fund. We engaged 1 billion people through the media, 25 million people on the ground, 45 heads of state in 62 countries. And it was a game-changing moment for me, and life-changing moment for me, game-changing moment for the planet, because we saw a possibility get born that hadn't been there before. The world showed us that peace on earth was possible for at least 86 days. And it came because thousands of groups worked together. We pieced together these amazing collaborations as Kristen alluded to, that is certainly up for us now, but in that time, it was harder, but we did it. And because we had so many amazing partners, we were able to make this happen. And now what we're saying is we're not just ready to have 3 months of peace on Earth, but a 7-year plan has been launched to actually create it. This is our highest dream. If you ask any human being, what do you most wish for humanity? It's peace on Earth. So we have a lot of people on our side. One of my favorite people on the planet is John Lennon, and his Imagine song says it so beautifully. Imagine all the people living life in peace. You may say I'm a dreamer, but I'm not the only one. So there are many of us. And I hope someday you'll join us, and I'll be inviting you to join us, and the world will be as one. So what we learned from the first Earth run was that it happened because there were a number of reasons that brought people together. We call them as 7 strategies. And that's how people came together in common cause to create this experience. They've evolved into what we call the peace game, which is a peace intensive. Over 9 weeks, people play this. Over 6,000 people have played this game. Combined with the knowledge that we've gained over the decades of how to create social change, and we've done that in many hundreds of cities with millions of people. So we think the time is right. And the way it works is people play this peace game, which evolves into peace on Earth zones that reweave the social fabric of a community and help transform that which separates us. So many of the conversations right now are about our polarities. But what would it look like if we could come together and cooperate for the common good? So our vision is community by community, year by year over the 2020s, we will witness the dawning of peace on Earth. And by 2030, I'm hoping this timing is close to Alex's perception of time, but I love the term mini golden age. Kristen has been my beautiful partner in creating this great song, Welcome to the Golden Age. We think it is possible, but it doesn't just happen. It comes out of a path. And the peace game is moving forward 7 actions into the world. Empowerment, which is building our own agency. Oneness, which is learning how to befriend those that we would separate ourselves from. Unity, which is learning how to celebrate that which we share in common. Cooperation, which is really about learning how we can work with others for the common good. Abundance, which is helping us move forward the ability to support others who are trying to bring peace to the world. Love, which is really about the highest expression of love, which is love of humanity and praying for and visualizing peace on Earth. And faith, which is our belief in ourselves, humanity, and our future, and the potential and possibilities for peace on Earth by 2030. These are transformational practices that when we collectively apply them, evolve a person into an emanation of peace and everything around us into manifestations of peace. And because they're practices, they deepen as we invest more time in them. This game is divided into 4 parts that represent the different facets of creating peace in one's life and the world. So action 1, which I alluded to earlier, empowerment focuses on building our capacity, building our agency. Actions 2 to 4 are on oneness, unity, and cooperation. Those focus on peace building. Actions 5 and 6 on abundance and love is on field building, and action 7 is on movement building. So this is an empowerment platform that enables people to envision and create a life of peace and then influence those in their worlds to do the same. When we play the peace game based on our work with so many people, what we discover is they become empowered, enlightened, and transformed. And that as they fully engage, they also start to transform their community. So let me just say briefly that there are 8 principles that the game is built upon. And I'm just going to give you the highest level insight into them, because when you understand them, you begin to see what we might call a theory of change, a way forward. And unless we see a way forward, it's hard for us to imagine a possibility. So the first is that As UNESCO says, since wars begin in the minds of men, it's the minds of men that the defenses of peace must be constructed. It was a little out of date by gender, but I think it's still relevant in that mostly it's men creating war at this moment. Peace on earth requires the transformation of people's hearts and minds. Peace on earth emerges from people, us, and our communities. Another thing that I remembered hearing Alex speak to is the idea of bottom up. It's not going to come from the top. It's not going to come from treaties. It's going to come from our lifestyles and our choices and how we interact with one another. It emerges from people and communities, and then the political leaders follow. The third is that peace on earth is a learned competency. That is, we can develop it. It can cultivate it. It's not just this absence of war. There's something we can build. These 7 peace practices can be cultivated by us as individuals. The fourth is that the peace game teaches us these 7 peace practices in a playful way, which is the easiest way to access new learnings. And in a community setting, which establishes what sometimes people call social norms, which is that we follow certain ways of being when we see others doing it. Number 5, peace on earth starts with the individual, but comes to fruition when people in a community practice these enlightened ways of relating to one another. And then it becomes what we call a peace on earth zone. There are 8 of them right now, where our goal this year is to create 100 of them. And we are well on our way. There's many, many communities now that are beginning to say, yes, we want to create a peace on earth zone where we live and have the quality of these states of being available to us, to all our organizations, so we show up better and create things that we haven't imagined possible because we haven't known how. Number 6, as each community, and this is a key point, experiences the well-being of its residents and the community at large from Peace on Earth Zone, other communities are naturally attracted to these benefits. We're in conversation right now with the African Union, and they're saying we'd like to have Africa be the first part of the planet to have peace on earth, and they want to open up the door to their 55 countries and their 6,000 civil society organizations. And similarly with the Rotary Club and a number of our other parties, we have over 50. We're making similar aspirational commitments to us. Number 7, a date-specific time for peace on earth. Some of you may know the power of setting intention, and some of you may know the power of shifting timelines. So a date-specific time for peace on earth held in the hearts and minds of humanity galvanizes our collective will to act. 40 million people will make that shift. That's our path. And we're trying to get 10,000 peace on earth zones going to help anchor that. And lastly, peace on earth is inevitable when enough people and communities experience the individual and community well-being. So this is not about what's missing, it's about what can be when we show up in this new way through the peace game and the peace on earth zones. We have everything we need to create peace on earth by 2030. So that is our aspiration. So for those that might be interested in participating, let me just say it's January 17th to March 13th. There's no cost. You form a team of 3 people and you play the game with them. If you don't have 3 people, we can help connect you with others. It takes place from 12 to 2 on Wednesdays, Eastern Time. And if you want to create a peace on earth zone, then we invite you to bring 3 groups of 3 so that you'll be prepared after the game to play that. We have a peace game app. And then there's some information on how you can register for the game, but also there's an information meeting where you can learn more on January 3rd, and Scott can share more of that. One last thing I want to say is that Action 6, which is on praying for and visualizing peace on earth, we have what we call a Legion of Light prayer circle, peace prayer circle that takes place once a month. So the next time that's meeting is this Tuesday, from 1 to 2 Eastern Time. And we have several hundred people that come and every day pray, every month pray for peace on earth by 2030 and pray for peace in all the different parts of the world, places where there's been disasters to help them heal, and places where there's conflict, helping those get dissipated. So all that is to say, let us create peace on earth. It is achievable if enough of us say yes. We have created a pathway forward, and we hope that many of you will decide to join us on this adventure.
Thank you so much, David. I'm going to very briefly just remind people of some of what he's talked about. And I've put all of these links into the chat box. I've also put the flyers into the chat box. But here's the prayer circle that he spoke of. It'll be this Tuesday, January 2nd at 10 o'clock Pacific time, 1 o'clock Eastern time. The Peace on Earth by 2030 prayer circle. And I'm planning on coming to that. That's in my calendar. And then to learn more about playing the game, and I really am hoping a lot of Global Peace Tribers, we are the Global Peace Tribe, right? So let's play the game. And to really learn how to do that, there's going to be a really important orientation meeting happening the following day, Wednesday, January 3rd. Again, I'll be there, 9 o'clock in the morning, 12 noon Eastern time. And that's where you can learn more about how to play the game, maybe meet other partners to play the game with. So please do come to these wonderful events, and I'll turn over to Kristen to wrap up any final thoughts on this part.
Well, I will just say this game, it's called a game, but it really is a rite of passage. And as you play, you get in touch with yourself and your community and your own inner empowerment, inner and outer empowerment, and you begin to see your team and community transforming around you. It really is a rite of passage. So just know that if you're ready for, well, who's not ready for it, right? But just if you're feeling that urge in your heart, go to the information session, say yes. I think it just takes was Kelly Love saying, want to say yes to more things this year? I think it just takes saying that yes to yourself and showing up, and the journey will reveal itself. So thank you, David. And it's, I had the great honor of being the team leader for the first Alpha pilot team, which was an incredible experience, and I learned a lot from that. So if you really feel like you can step into a leadership role, maybe even take on the challenge of being a team leader, which is, it's not hard, but it gives you a little bit more involvement and opportunity to really play on a higher level, I think.
It's perfect too, because David's organization is the Empowerment Institute.
Yes.
And it's very empowering to take a leadership role in playing this game. So I want to encourage everybody, come to the come to the prayer meeting on Tuesday, come to the introductory meeting on Wednesday, or go to the empowermentinstitute.net, and that's where you can learn much more about this. And David, thank you one last time. We'll see you next week. Thank you very much for what you're doing. You are truly an inspiration to all of us.
Thank you, Scott. Thank you, Kristen. A pleasure to be with the Global Peace Tribe and all these amazing people. Thank you.
Thank you, David. So let's just take a deep breath together. I feel like, wow, we've experienced so much beauty, so much bounty. And let's just breathe it in. I love that Kimberly said this year is going to have these moments of chill. And I couldn't put in a bigger vote for that. And I think just taking a breath here and there and time to center, giving yourself permission and doing it together is so important. So I want to welcome our next guest. She was going to be, a lot of you know, beloved Piper Dellums, and we're pulling her picture up. She was going to be here with us in person tonight. And Piper is just an incredible spirit, force of nature, peaceful being extraordinaire. And we asked her a few weeks ago, do you want to be on this show? And she said a big yes. And I had this vision that one of her epic videos, we could play one of her epic videos to take us into the new year. And she wrote back and said, not only do I want to share a video, but I want to make a new one. Kristen, can you send me a track? And So we were all excited. And then about 5 days ago, we heard from Piper and she said, "Oh, I've been in the hospital for the past 8 days and I'm going to start working on the video tomorrow." And that's Piper's nature, right? To just come right out of the hospital and start working on the video. And she's just an incredible being. She spent the next few days creating the video meditation deep experience that we're about to all take part in. And then tonight we got a message just a few hours before we came on that Piper went back into the hospital last night. And so before we play this video, can we bring up Piper's picture one more time? And I just want to all send her a big wave of our light, our love, and our healing. Let's just take a moment of silence. We love you so much, Piper, and we are with you in spirit, in healing, in our hearts. And we're ready to experience this incredible video that Piper has birthed for us this week. And it's an honor to collaborate with her. I believe we first met through, I think it was Sister Jenna who introduced us some years ago. And the minute I met Piper, I felt her great spirit. And I think it's going to come through immediately in this video. And give me a moment because I'm actually the one who's going to play it. And I have to make sure I do it properly. This is called Primal Breath. So as we are watching, listening, let's tune into that primal breath, the first breath that we have all breathed, that has moved its way around this planet, this universe, moved through every lung, every living being throughout the ages, this primal breath, and we can return to oneness through this breath. Okay, here we go. I'm getting there, my dears. One moment.
Thank you so much, Christine.
Yeah, we did it this way so that the videos would play really well, and it just takes me a little minute. Here we go. Optimize. Okay. I think this should be right. Here we go. Is that full screen?
Yes.
Yes?
Yeah, we see you. It's not quite full screen. We're seeing you as well. So what I can do is if
I think I can do it. Here we go. Here we go. Is that full screen?
Not yet.
I'm not sure what to do at this point.
It's close. It's enough. We get to see a little bit of you. If you stop your video, then it'll probably go to full screen.
Okay. Here we go. I'm just gonna press play.
Okay.
Ascension is a collaborative dance of reunion and relationship, connectivity with the oneness of all things, as you, as me, as rock, as wind, as leaf, as dawn, as fawn. We remember the breath of God in and through this entire body of creation. This creative breath and birth of God. Ego dissolution occurs when the lessons of truth as who and what we truly are, the invisible quanta light of God, in and through all things evolves. Consciousness is the awareness of light in and through all things at all times. Quanta light and kinetic energy are the molecular structure of all things. Light and energy are all there is. River leads the way. Tree leads the way. Rain leads the way. Light leads the way. Love leads the way. Humanity must awaken to this truth and take a breath and a seat until it's capable of having ears to hear and eyes to see that all is all. You are the light of the world, the invisible light that holds all things together. It's all love. It's all breath. It's all good. And it's all God. The primal breath, the breath of life, the breath of the gray wolf, the breath of the eagle, the breath of the moonbeams and the star children, the breath of the waterfalls, of the blatant sun, of the shadows and clouds and mystical awe, the breath of wild winds and ancient rock, the breath of woman, of man, of child, of all of creation. Just breathe.
Wow. What's that like for you, Christian, seeing such a beautiful expansion of your original creative expression?
I think there's no greater gift than experiencing a reflection of your own inner creative divine birthing, then expanded in collaboration with another's divine creative vision.
Mhm.
And I like to think that this can serve as an example of doing more of this. So just this birthing together can really encourage us all. Oh, where have you felt inspired? Oh, I felt inspired by Kelly Love Jones. Maybe we can do something this year. There's nothing more beautiful when two creative visionaries come together and then combine energy. So Piper has given such a beautiful gift. She's added so much dimension, visual beauty, spirit, her own download and coding into this experience of primal breath. And Piper, I love you. I hope you're watching this either live or later, but I just love you. I'm so, so grateful. And I look forward to more collaboration with you. You have such a gift. You're so tuned in. You are literally tapping from source, and your voice is so soothing and grounding and ancient and future all at the same time. And so now.
And Piper and her Dreamers, that's her group, or the Dreamers, they are going to be doing our Valentine's Day show on Saturday night, February 10th, just before Valentine's Day. Piper and her Dreamers will be here on the Awakening World. So we will definitely look forward to seeing her then. And let's just continue to send lots of love. And if anyone wants to know more about Piper, it's easy to go to her website. It's her name, piperdellums.com. piperdellums.com, and you can learn more about what she does there. And she's made so many incredible videos, several of which we've shown, including the one we just saw. So she is really something very special.
She really is. And she's a person who has taught me, she's always saying yes. She says yes with so much enthusiasm, and it encourages my own inner hermit to say, because I have that side. I know you guys see me as this, oh, I'm here, I'm in community. And yet I have the other side, which is like the hermit. And so I love getting that reminder of the enthusiastic, yes, let's do it.
Absolutely. Well, I'm really excited about our next guest. I've done over 500 of these shows now, and only on 3 occasions have I done an entire show with just one guest. And one of those times was with Raquel Spring, because her story is so extraordinary. And I've had the good fortune to get to know her, to become friends. And she always blows me away with her extraordinary wisdom, but her extraordinary beingness. She's just an amazingly wonderful human being. And so when I knew we were going to do a prediction show, Alan said, let's do, I do this prediction show every year. I said, oh God, we've got to get Raquel. He said, you're right, we've got to get Raquel. And so Raquel, thank you so much for being with us on this Saturday night, because we love you, we respect you, and we're really eager to hear what you have to say.
I just want to say about Raquel, what's so important about her work, it's evolutionary. She is pushing the envelope of what's possible for human beings. I turned on to a friend of mine who really changed this woman's life, changed the trajectory, and she was just so valuable for so many people. I'm happy to see you again, Raquel. I missed you, and your visions, I missed hearing them. So I'm really excited about what you have for 2024. I can't wait. So, okay, let's go.
All right, let's dive in. Hi, everybody. Thank you so much for being here. And it's so lovely to be gathered with everyone here. I'm just feeling so deeply into everything everyone's sharing, and I'm feeling all this energy just rise up to meet the support that we're receiving right now from the cosmos and our cosmic family. So very exciting. So I am Raquel Spring. My name is Raquel Spring. I'm from Brazil. I was born and raised in Brazil, and I've been living here in this country for about 5-6 years. And I'm a 4th generation astrologer. So I want to dive into the overall view of 2024 from my astrological perspective. And I love everything everybody shared. I feel it's so complimentary. And what I feel to do here is go through the year in stages. So instead of going, month by month, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go through stages of the year. And I'm basically gonna divide this into 3 stages, okay? So the first stage is the stage from January to March. And this is what I love. Is Kimberly still here? I love what Kimberly said, because it is, when she was speaking, I was like, oh my God, that was like vibrating. This is everything I've been saying. I'm like, just you wait till you see what the astrology says. It's amazing. You know, I have just finished preparing my entire outline for my community for we have workshops every month. So we cover the energies of every month to help people understand and be a step ahead and prepare and navigate those energies. So I went through each month and I created a title for each one. And the title for April is called, I have here in front of me, is called Breakthroughs Unleashed. Okay. The month before, March, is called The Tipping Point, a gateway into freedom. So we have to remember this, because these 2 months, I mean, this month right now of December and leading to January and February, really we are in unknown spaces. We are treading into the unknown, completely unknown. So much so that all the astrological energies right now, today, of the moment, as we transition into the new year, they are of this uncertainty. But in the meantime, we have a lot of the old structures that are ready to make way for the new. So it's a process, and we have to trust the process. And this is why having community is so important, so we can remind each other and really form this support group so we can transition into this phase with as much ease and grace as we can. Because it's inevitable. We've been calling on this. We've been preparing for this. So it's just time for the cycles to change. So January to March, we have this really strong space of the unknown. There's going to be a lot of energies, a lot of things just like wanting to race and go full force. And it's just really, 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 really intense. What's happening during this time is that you are going through your own threshold into freedom. Remember that. So the old is falling apart for a reason. So you can step into this new stage. So astrologically, I see this new stage beginning at the spring equinox, and it is a window from the spring equinox until the summer solstice. And this window is the most powerful window of the whole year. I'm like in tears. I get like this, when I talk about astrology, I live and breathe the planets. So I'm just feeling these energies. So this window, and especially April. Okay. So when Kimberly said April, I'm like, okay, April it is. Because I'm like looking at this window, and it really depends on your astrological chart to see how you are relating with those energies, to know exactly when this window is going to be most prominent for you. But this window is going to be available for the whole world. So just generally speaking here, on a general level, we have this incredible window to really take opportunity to step into this new stage of freedom. And it was so beautiful how someone shared, I don't remember who it was, so beautiful that I don't remember the exact words, but I'm just going to use freedom here. So freedom is not going to come. I think it was change. And I'm going to use freedom. It's not going to come from the government. It's going to come from the people. Change is going to come from the people. So this is the window, April to June to May. Let's just say April and May are like the key months. And this is the time where we may start to see disclosure, cosmic disclosure, UFOs, aliens, cosmic family, space, like news from, new news from space and NASA and all those. My apologies if I'm not pronouncing correctly, but we're going to start to see a lot of new things enter our reality at around this phase, especially from June forward. So April to June is where this window begins. So this window that begins, it's going to be a really powerful acceleration phase for all of us on the spiritual path, on the path of awakening and consciousness. This is going to be our time to just burst through with everything. Okay. Now, I know that a lot of people are still in this place of the unknown. We're still in this, who am I in this new era? What is my voice in this new stage? And it's okay. We're going to be figuring that out. We have all year to figure this out. It's not that you have to have it all figured out in this window, but this window is a golden opportunity for breakthroughs to be unleashed. So when I use the word breakthroughs, this is going to be with society as well. And it may not necessarily seem like a breakthrough, but it will seem like acceleration. Things are going to be speeding up around that time. And really the energy speeding up, regardless of what's happening to the planet, is our support. We are going to be speeding up. We are going to be stepping into quantum leaps of our gifts, telepathy, spirituality. New stages of awakening are going to be happening. So people are going to be really excited to start moving forward, and the pieces are going to start to come together. Community, relationships, people coming together to work together, so that by June, we have the introduction of what I've been calling, here's the June, a new age of information, technology, and consciousness begins. That's powerful. I know you feel it. It's so exciting. So this really is the breakthrough. The June is going to be a powerful threshold where we are coming into brand new stages of consciousness, technology, and information. So that's going to cover media as well. We are going to be seeing a lot of, also breakthroughs. I really like to have that perspective. But this time, there's still going to be a lot of the old wanting to hang on for dear life. Okay, so we may see some confusion and some, battling of forces at around this time. But us that are in tune with the cycles and showing up on time, we will know, we will feel, it's undeniable. I work with hundreds of people from all around the world. Students, I have a school, I have clients, I have a huge community around the world, and I am seeing the same theme repeating in everybody's chart. So that's why I speak with so much confidence. And I see the astrology and I understand the language, but then when I see the validation over and over and over again in everybody's charts, it's like, I'm so excited. So June, we step into this new threshold. And then June, so this phase from, the spring equinox to the summer solstice is really that transition period. That's why we need the breakthroughs, wrapping things up. People are going to be making radical shifts, moving locations. A lot of people are going to be having big shifts at around that time. Okay. But that's all in preparation for the summer solstice onward, or early June, actually, onward, we begin. So at this stage, everybody who is involved in some sort of media, communication, writing books, teaching, putting together courses, anything that has to do with the Gemini energy. If you understand anything about the Gemini energy, and you can look that up on the internet, this is where this energy is going to be coming through. It's Gemini. And the reason why it's so powerful is that it's going to form a trine with the revolutionary Pluto in Aquarius. That is going to be the main theme of this year. Pluto in Aquarius is coming in to revolutionize society. And that's a bigger energy. That's an energy that's just beginning this year, and it will be active for 20 years. So during these 20 years, we will experience a complete revolution in society. So when we have these alignments come in June in Gemini, they're going to say, Pluto in Aquarius, go. So Pluto, who is ready to revolutionize society, is going to be given a boost at around that time. And we will see things that are of a digital nature or of a technological nature or communication nature start to emerge at around that time. Maybe solutions, maybe, shows, or there's going to be a lot of new coming in. Okay, essentially, there is a stage of new leadership that is entering the planet on all aspects of society, all aspects of society. And that's one of the core messages of the lunar nodes right now. The North Node in Aries and the eclipse is happening in there. They're supporting Pluto in Aquarius. It's a sextile, it's supportive. And so this is really awakening the leaders in us. So much so that my message is, with the South Node in Libra, this is not a time to focus on relationships, especially the way they have been up until this point, because the relationship models that we've been experiencing are outdated. So this is the time where we are going to be, first of all, focusing on our individuality, our voice, our expression, because this is a brand new stage for all of us. So this period of June is going to be very decisive. In the charts of people that I'm working with, I see repetitively people that are involved in retreats, events, things of that nature. It's like the boost comes in. The boost comes in around there, okay, for partnerships to come together and then work to spread the message. So, and then from that point forward, there's going to be a point of a threshold of decisions. Very key around July, August, another big threshold of key choices and decisions. And so this will depend on your chart, and it depends on the alignments that you have that are interacting with this key point of decision. But July, August is going to be an important threshold for us. We will be making some big decisions in our life. And the big decisions are going to be mainly in preparation for 2025 and beyond. So it's basically a time like mid-year, we're going to look back and see, okay, wow, a lot has happened. So what has worked? What doesn't work? What can I improve? Who else can I invite to the team? And it's going to be a really important point of threshold for the new energy coming in 2025 and beyond. And then from autumn until the end of the year, autumn and winter, things may get a little more turbulent. And this is mainly because we're going to be activating from around August, and we're going to see this for the rest of the year, a shift in society. Okay, there's going to be a powerful alignment between Saturn and Jupiter off and on throughout the year and into 2025 as well. That is going to be a catalyst for shifts in society. So anything can happen at around that time. And this is really a time that I'm anticipating and hoping that people are going to be stepping into their power to speak up and to really raise their voice into what matters for us moving forward. So the rest of the year is going to be around that. There's going to be a few upheavals and battles in the whole election world, and there's a lot of government and world relationships at around that time that begin to. But don't get distracted, because for the light workers, from this phase of autumn to the end of the year to winter, it's a time where we are feeling, now we are knowing more and more what our new purpose is. So the title for this phase is Embracing Your New Purpose. Okay, so this is where we, especially if we don't get distracted with all the upheaval that's happening out there, because it's just a normal part of the process, we can then focus our energies in bringing the balance that we need to step forward into 2025, because 2025 and 2026 are the big thresholds of this phase of the transition. So 2024 is just the preparation, and 2025, 2026 are big. So find yourself, find your voice, find your purpose. And the best way to do that is, first of all, going within. First of all, silencing the voices. And then when you find your balance, look for community. Look for people that are aligned with your voice, your vision, your path, because in unity, there's strength. So I'm going to leave you finally with this beautiful message. And it's just a little phrase that I'm going to pop here in the chat box that I want to share with you, because this is just an excerpt from the newsletter that I've been writing for my community about the beginning of next year. And this is very beautiful. It says, 2024 is your gift to a new beginning, the turning of a page and a fresh new start. This is so exciting. You know why? You're going to love to hear this. And I'm just going to end it with this. But since 2020 until 2023, we have not been in a phase for new beginnings. So everybody who's been trying and like, I'm going to launch a new business. I have this new idea, and I've been like, don't get too excited. We have a lot more to come. So, just things are not ready to be like officialized because we're not in the new beginning yet. But 2024 is the very first opening that we are receiving for the new energies to come in. So up until now, nothing could happen because we're not in the cycles for anything to happen. We're in the cycle for cleansing, purging, more of an internal purging and releasing of karmic contracts, because we're not going to work with karma anymore. So we have to end that whole phase before we enter the Aquarius age. So that's what we've been doing. And this is why I'm so excited and really want to give you hope, because right now it is intense. It is intense. Okay, there's a lot of uncertainty and a lot of unknown, but we are still opening the threshold into a new beginning. And finally, it's here. Finally. So I wrote, 2024 is your gift to a new beginning, the turning of a page and a fresh new start. This is the year where you are finally ready to step into new things. So know that, especially from April on, you are ready. And that's the message that I want to leave with you here. So thank you so much, everyone, Alan and Scott and everybody present here. Thank you for inviting me as well to be a part and share this beautiful message of hope for 2024.
What a great cosmic weather report. Thank you so much. This is hope for our planet.
Yeah, it is. I know. I'm blessed because I get to see a step ahead, and I'm like, I get so excited, and I get so excited to be able to share this with people so that they can have also the confidence to navigate these times.
You are such a wonderful communicator. The enthusiasm that you have is just powerful.
Well, you know me, I'm always like this.
She is. I want to say, you guys, I've had the fortune to stay with her. She is always like this. She's always upbeat and
especially when you talk about astrology.
And you can get a lot more Raquel by going to her website, and it's very easy to remember. It's her name, raquelspring.com. And
yes, I would suggest right there, sign up for my newsletter is the best place to start, because there you will receive the free updates. You will receive, oh, is that what happens when you click on it?
Yeah.
I'll fix that. Mercury retrograde. It's so funny. I'll go and fix that after the show, but sign up for the newsletter because you will receive the free updates that I give to help people navigate the energies of the month. And then the second thing that I would offer is if you want to have a one-on-one full mind, body, heart experience of what 2024 has in store for you from a fourth generation astrologer, go to my website and book your session. And you have that link too, Scott, the book your session?
Yes.
Yeah.
I already put
those are the two I would suggest. Yeah.
It's in the chat box, and I'm going to put it in one more time. And here we go.
Dana, I'm a Gemini with a Sagittarius rising. I'm a Gemini sun and Sagittarius rising. That's why I'm so upbeat. But yes.
And where's your moon? Where's your moon?
Libra. My moon is in Libra.
Balancing. All right.
It's a good balance.
She does especially get animated and turn this high energy comes through when she's talking about astrology. It's just like She is
Yeah.
connected to these beings.
I'm
these
like
planets.
constantly connected with all this light. How can I not be vibrating? I'm like
I
always
think
looking at
also
charts and
demonstrate for us, Raquel, is what it's like when someone's doing their dharma. When someone has found their path and they're
so
doing
can
their
you repeat
dharma.
that? I didn't hear.
I said, you're demonstrating for us what it's like for someone who's doing their dharma.
Oh, yes. Yeah. Yeah.
And I think that's what really, if I take a look at the four of us right here, Christian, myself, Alan, we're all blessed. The four of us are blessed that we have found our dharma for at least this chapter of our life. And when you're doing your dharma, the energy's there, you know. And for those of you who are in between stages, big empathy, because all of us have been in between stages where it's like confusing and you're looking for what's the next pathway for me. So anyway, speaking of doing their dharma, wait till you see who we've got. About the only person that could follow Raquel Spring is the one and only Swami Beyondananda. He has delighted us many times in the past. And I know that he always has a very unique take on predictions. So, beloved Swami Beyondananda, welcome back to your Global Peace Tribe.
I just want to say, Scott, he's very good at television to us, Swami.
Oh, yeah, I'm getting there. You must be psychic. You're ahead of me. No, I want to thank you, Global Peace Tribe, for hosting this amazing program so that we make 2024 a truly new year where we call forth a newer world order without the same old world odor, if you know what I mean. Now, I'm very happy to be part of the awakening world because I've said many times, either we will have an awakening or we'll have a wake. So you're on the right track. What a great program. I love the music. Kelly Love Jones, I love that. It opens the heart and frees the mind. Alex totally blew my mind because he keyed in on a very significant synchronistic date in my life, October 2nd. My two great influencers and mentors were both born on October 2nd, 21 years apart. Gandhi and Groucho. Okay, so very significant date. Kimberly talking about opening our psychic abilities. You know, somebody very recently asked me, Swami, can you help me communicate with a loved one on the other side? I said, which side, Democrat or Republican? You know, so, I mean, that's kind of where we are right now. Very happy to hear, Kimberly, by the way, that money is losing its power because, you know, many of the great spiritual teachers have long predicted a moneyless society. And look how many people have a head start. Okay, so good. Now, we have lived for the past 5,000 years under the rule of the lowest common denominator. And now it is time for the golden rule to finally overrule the rule of gold. Now, I'm sure you know the rule of gold rule. Do unto others before they can do unto you. Now, that has left humanity with a lot of residue to metabolize. And that is our existential question for these times. Can we undo the doo-doo that has been done, or will the done doo-doo be our undoing? Now, these have been called apocalyptic times, and as you may know, the word apocalypse means the lifting of the veils. The irony curtain is coming down as the veils are being lifted from the most oxymoronic contradictions. Holy war in the Holy Land. Holy cow pie. That is wholly absurd. Now, I have this message for fighting tribes everywhere. For the holiday season, a pax on all of your houses, okay? Let's hold that as a truth. Now, it's very interesting these days because this is about making predictions. I have to confess, I don't make predictions because I don't want to jeopardize my non-profit status. But as Alan suggested, I prefer television. If you don't like the current programming, turn off your TV and television instead. So I will tell you my vision. First of all of us, all of you, are the imaginal cells of a new body politic, an imagination. So imagine, as David Gershon pointed out, imagine peace on earth. Imagine all of us stepping off of the old battlefield onto a new playing field. From the same old tug of war that's been pulling us apart, and together create a tug of peace where we all pull together in the direction of what all of us want. Imagine all of us upshifting our karma from the fear-based state of emergency to a love-based state of emerge and see, where we emerge from the illusion of separation and we see we are all one with the same one, the universal oneness. The universe has us surrounded, might as well surrender. Now, imagine all of us together practicing heaven on earth instead of going to hell in a handbasket. Now, I know what you're thinking. You're thinking Swami is proposing a sane world. He must be crazy. Well, maybe it's time for all of us to go sane together, to commit ourselves to a sane asylum and leave the static in our heads for the ecstatic in our hearts. The more we expand our hearts, the less we're going to need to shrink our heads. That's right. When things come to a head, I say, let's head for the heart and focus on one thing that we have in common. The one thing that we have in common is oneness. Now listen, we've all heard it. There will be peace on earth one day. Tribes will come together and the rednecks shall lie down with the blue necks. One day it will happen. Well, what if that one day is actually less than 2 weeks away? On one day, the one day that we will celebrate oneness will be January 11th, 111, the most natural day to celebrate oneness. There's actually an event happening. And what if we affirm our oneness by doing the one thing that every one of us knows how to do? Otherwise, none of us would be here. And that thing, as been suggested earlier, is breathing. Now, in these times, there's all of the talk about the dark conspiracies, yeah? Well, what if we had an open conspiracy of light? After all, the word conspire means to breathe together. So what if all of us together breathe love into the field, breathe love into the field, and breathe love into the field? You say, well, how could that help? And I say, how could it hurt? All of us breathing together, that primal breath, I tell you, it would be a breath of fresh air. For millennia, we have grappled with the puzzle of peace. And I say each of us brings a piece of the puzzle. A little piece here, a little piece there, and then we will have one big piece everywhere. So all of that inner peace that you've been working on and cultivating, time to let it all out and declare all out peace for this year. And then we can all breathe a sigh of relief. Now, the purpose of 111 Day is to launch what we are calling the Great Upwising, a 4-step program that is guaranteed to work 3 times faster than 12-step. Wake up, wise up, grow up, show up. Wake up to the illusion of separation. Wise up to the power of coherent love. Grow up from children of God to adults of good. And show up on a new playing field, ready to play a new game, thrival for each and all. Intentional mutual benefit. Oh, and to help us go sane together, there's an all-important 5th step. Take a vow of levity. Because in these grave times, let levity lift you up. The best way to overcome gravity is with levity. Each of us, let's become a beacon that radiates heaven on earth, because that is our destiny. To let our light completely shine, the enlightened ones call it fulfillment. So please join us on 111 Day, and let's make it day 1 of that one day we've all been waiting for. The information is right here. Thank you very much. Namaste and namasko. Bye.
Well, I thank you, Swami. Thank you very, very much. And say hello to our good friend, Steve Behrman. And I can't wait for this because it's going to be a really wonderful event with a lot of our favorite people. Of course, Swami, Louisa Stowe, one of our favorite musical artists, will be here. Steve Farrell, who right now we are on his Humanities Team website. They carry all of our shows and many other wonderful people. So let's all gather together for the first annual International 111 Day. That's going to be 1/1. In other words, January 11th, 5 o'clock Pacific time, 8 o'clock Eastern. And if you sign up right here, that's where you can get all the details about it, and you'll be enrolled. So I want to encourage everybody right now to go to this website. I've put the link into the chat box, and register so that you'll have all the details for 111. Is there anything else you'd like to add about that?
No, it's going to be a wonderful event that's going to launch an amazing year of programs working with the 12 Habits of Unity, one habit per month that we focus on to actually bring the virtues to life and to bring actual peace from the world at small to the world at large.
One last thing I want to share with people is Swami and his alternative, his other guy, the alternate reality, Steve, are actually very, very wise. And they've been promoting the great upwising for quite a while. And I really encourage everybody to take a look at the different habits that they're suggesting. They have a beautiful website called 12 Habits for All of Us.org. 12 Habits for All of Us. And look at what they are: help others, resolve conflicts, know who you are, become involved, be grateful, be patient and listen, and about 6 others. They're all beautiful, beautiful habits that will help us to upwise together. So once again, I'm going to put that link into the chat box and want to encourage everybody to join Swami, Larissa Stowe, myself, and many others on January 11th. And let's all upwise together.
Thank you so much.
Love you, Steve. Love you, Swami.
Okay. Thank you. Bye.
Oh, well, I'm going to bring beloved Kristen up.
That
Kristen,
was amazing.
What does Swami do for you?
Oh my gosh, Swami lifts me so high every single time I've had the honor of being in your presence, Steve and Swami. I'm amazed at your ability to spin off of a whole evening's program and weave these incredible, inspiring, positive word plays. And you bring magic, you bring inspiration, you bring spirit. Definitely, we are upwising together as we are in your presence, and just love you and look forward to hopefully weaving more with you in this coming year. Thank you for your great vision. Yeah.
Dr. Laura in the chat box just wrote, and it's so true. She said, Swami is the #1 wordsmith. And it is true. You're
Yes.
such a brilliant punster and wordsmith. Ayada writes, Swami, that was one of your funniest visits with us ever. I'm laughing seriously out loud. Thank you. We love you so much. And Dia writes, I continue to be crazy for Swami.
Oh.
Yeah, but it's a good thing I transcended my ego, right? And I take great pride in my humility, so it's okay.
Thank you, Swami.
Okay.
We love you.
Well, we can't have Kristen Hoffman on the show, even though she's the most wonderful co-host, without asking her, please, would you bless us with a musical number? And Kristen, what do you have for us tonight?
Well, I feel inspired to just continue on with this positive visioning. And I loved Raquel's exuberance and vision I'm really looking forward to April, May, and June, and August as we're transforming together. And in this spirit of positive visioning and possibility, let's vision together. So I'm going to just start some looping over here. So as you see me turn this way, that's probably not the time to do it. But when I turn forward and I'll cue you, I'm going to just lead with I see. And I think I've done this once before in my monthly gatherings, my monthly membership gatherings, and it was very beautiful. So I'm just planting that seed. I see, or we see. What do you see as you tune in to this deep connected breath, to this vision? What do you see as your vision of possibility in this year? And just put it in the chat, and I'm going to see if I can weave in our vision into a soulum journey, which is, as I've explained many times, soul light weaving with Om, the vibration of the universe. And we'll just be surprised and see what wants to come through.
And do you want people to put words into the chat box?
Words, if you have a short, if it's too long, it's hard for me to read as I'm playing and singing. So words or I see a short vision, you can say a little short vision, and usually that's easy for me to read. But I'll do my best to incorporate as many as I can. And also, even if I don't get to yours, it'll be in the chat and we'll all get the benefit of reading your vision. Okay? So let's have fun and see what wants to emerge. We're all in this field together. It's not just me playing music for you. It really is a co-creation. And as we're building the field together, it really informs the sonic resonances and the messages that want to come forward. So I'm going to be as surprised as you are. Here we go. I see a revolution spreading across the world. Hearts are opening to change. Love for all life, love for all life, love for Mother Earth, life, myself and you. Bay trees, cedar, waxwings, robins. I see love for all life and Mother Earth. I see children smiling, children smiling. I see those children smiling around the world, around the world. I see around the world this maximum grace. Forgiveness, open hearts, loving one another, cosmic family, offspring of all species flourishing, mountain pathways, hands are gathering vision. Hands are gathering vision. Hearts are visioning this unity. Consciousness, children living in safety. Feel this unity rise with our uprising. Happiness, happiness, happiness. Animals smiling. A fresh new start, truth is revealed, supporting each other's dreams. This global peace tribe, we're gathering, gathering. We are gathering, gathering. Return to the heart, return to the heart. Clean water on the earth, feel it flowing from your heart to 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 trees swaying. I see capacity opening for wholeness holding. Bliss and unity, bliss and generosity. I hear us singing out joy, I hear us singing out peace, hear us singing out human sovereignty for you and me, and we, and we, and we, and we. In the heart, love prevails. In the heart, love prevails. In the heart, love prevails. In this heart, love prevails. In our hearts, 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 love prevails. Love prevails. Love prevails. Love prevails. Love prevails. Love prevails. 'Cause there's more to life. I heard her singing out on the wind. There's more to life. Love prevails. I heard her singing out on the wind. There's more to life. Remember this. I heard her crystalline chambers of light resonating peace, love, peace. We've traveled the spiritual labyrinth. We've held the highest timeline. Remember to hold the vision of possibility in our hearts. Remember to hold it, family. Remember to feel it. Remember to hear it. Remember to know it. Remember to let go of it when you need to let go of it. Remember to love it. Remember to hold it. Remember to hug it and embrace it. Let it run through you like the great, great, great spirit that you are, the great, great, great spirit. Oh, can you feel it? 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 Can you feel it?
I'm going to gallery view, and let's just all send Kristen our incredible appreciation for that extraordinary experience.
Thank you all so much. That was beautiful weaving, beautiful visioning. What a great journey we just co-created. Thank you so much.
Kristen, absolutely, that was one of my all-time favorite moments on Global Peace Tribe shows. That is so amazing.
I can't even wait to, I'm just going to save that chat because all of these visions, these are our manifestations in action. This is like a living archive of our visions for this year. Thank you all. There's nothing better than weaving together, nothing better. Just remember, you have your own gift to give. You have your own spark. I'm just here to remind you to light up your spark. That's my job. I feel like I'm just so moved. I love you all so much. Thank you for sharing with me. Thank you for believing with me that together we can do this. Peace on earth. May peace prevail on earth. Love you.
I want to
Thank you,
invite
Scott.
everybody, because we all enjoy our time with Kristen so much. And her website is kristenhoffman.com, but there's a very special opportunity that we all have. And that's to do what I've been blessed to be a part of her membership program. So you go to her website, you go in the upper right-hand corner, you click payment and membership, and then go to where it says become a member. And I really want to encourage everyone, if you haven't done it already, to become a member of her Sonic Soul family. I am so grateful to be part of this. Once a month, she has a beautiful gathering. It's the second Sunday of every month. She plays music. We converse about something. It's a really special and beautiful experience. And you can come in at any level, $11, $33, or $77, but join. And it's also important for us to support Kristen. She's an artist, and she dedicates so much of her time and her energy to things like Global Peace Tribe, Unity Earth. She donates a lot of time and energy to inspire us. Let's support our artists. Let's all channel our inner Medici family, be patrons, and patronize beloved Kristen.
Thank you
because
so much, Scott. And I have to say, monthly in our Sonic Soul family gatherings, we go deep together. There is music, there's a solome and a song each month. And then in the middle, there's always a theme, and we get to go deep together and share our voices together. And it's really profound. It's been life changing for me. And we have a really thriving, intimate group now that has been meeting. And you are. Please come join us. It's really become something so special in my life, and I would be honored to have you join us. So thank you, Scott.
absolutely. And get ready, Ben, because I'm going to bring Ben Bowler up in a moment. Because as Kristen blesses our audience on a regular basis, she also is a big part of Unity Earth. And Unity Earth is Ben Bowler and many, many other people. But Ben is with us, coming to us from Australia. And
Scott, an important question. You said second Sunday. Kristen, is it third Sunday?
It is third Sunday. You're right.
Oh, it's third Sunday now.
For the first year, it was second Sunday, and about 6 months ago, it changed to third Sundays. And you'll see that and there's an archive, and you can, if you have to miss one, there's replays, and you always have access. So, thank you, Sylvia. Third Sunday of each month.
Thank you very much, Sylvia. I am always there. So.
You are. You've showed up at the right time.
Or what do you have to say about our book?
Wow. Oh my goodness. What an incredible gift this last few hours have been on, for me, the final day of the year here in Australia. It's 31st of December. It's nearly 4 p.m. in the afternoon. There's only 8 hours left, which means in New Zealand, there's only 5 hours left of this year. So it is coming to a close. And thank you, Scott. Thank you, Kristen. Thank you, Alan, and everybody. This has been such an amazing expression of high vibration, of love, of connection, of looking ahead into next year, but more than anything else, just of community coming together. And it's been a real privilege and pleasure to be here with you all. And what an amazing team you are, co-hosting and hosting these extraordinary souls and the awakening world. It's just such a privilege. And Kristen, you're such a blessing to all of us, sister.
Thank you. I love you, brother, and you're doing such great work in the world. And I have a feeling you're going to tell us about something amazing that's coming up.
There's so much. I love the predictions before, and I was listening with a close ear. It sounds like June's going to be special. I know a lot of us here are connected to World Unity Week, and we're looking forward. That will be the 5th World Unity Week. But there's a couple of things I want to share. One is we're coming up to, in a few hours, the 7th edition of the 7 Days of Rest. We'll start on the 1st of January as it goes around the world. And this has been something that Unity Earth has been privileged to be involved with for many, many years now. In fact, I think we go all the way back to the first one. Shelley Ostroff and Jan Golding are the stewards, or the primary stewards for that. And that is something that people all over the world put offerings forward for these 7 days of rest. And together with Dana, who we're about to hear from, Scott, we have an offering on the 7th of January, which will be the last day of the last year of the offerings of the 7 days of rest. And we heard a little bit earlier how this coming year is all about sevens. That might have been Kimberly, I think, that was telling us that this coming year is all about sevens. So starting with the 7th year of the 7th day of rest, I couldn't help but notice that, Kimberly. It's a very auspicious beginning.
Yeah, that's the numbers that come in for me with my soul frequency readings, which is the spirituality of us all moving more into that and less about the money and the fame, and more about the service and giving. A lot of the energy frequencies about spirituality, the calmness, and moving into community.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Beautiful. Perfect. And I just want to acknowledge, Shelley and Jan, and they're holding down the 7 days of rest for 7 years now, coming into a very important closing of that cycle. So no surprise that 2024 is all about sevens. And together with Dana, we've got an offering on the 7th of January, which is at 4:15 p.m. Eastern time till 6 p.m., led by Dana Tomancino, with Gary Melkin and Irina Morrison and myself and others. And really, this will be the theme of intimacy with the infinite. And so we're going to have a really deep journey through the spheres of time, all the way to the portals of infinity, together through music and meditation and experience on the 7th of January. So I wanted to let people know about that. And the other one, Scott, that you really invited me to talk about was this symposium coming up in February, which is an extraordinary collaboration. I just want to read out some of the organizations that are involved in this. Includes Unity Earth, the Source of Synergy, which is home to the Evolutionary Leaders Movement. So many evolutionary leaders here in the Global Peace Tribe. The Hollow Movement itself, the Club of Budapest, founded by Ervin Laszlo, who's really sparked this call to humanity's sacred mission. The Sign Networks, who's got, you always call out every year, our dear beloved John and Summer Raymer. The Connection Field, Good of the Whole, Light on Light, Unify, Hubcast, Laszlo Institute, One World, and the Hague Center for Global Governance, and more coming on. Our partners in this incredible symposium kicking off, really getting into 2024. It's across the Lunar New Year, which is the 9th to the 11th of February. And so that's why the dragons are there. And so it's going to be very exciting. Everybody's invited. It's a 3-day event, really focusing on what's your sacred mission. You know, what you said before, Scott, was really profound. There's a certain joy that comes when people are connected to their Dharma or doing the work that they're here called to do. And you've had beautiful examples of that right across the show tonight. But this will be about anybody who comes, and this is free to everybody everywhere in the world, to really tap in, not just to the amazing speakers, and we've got musicians and artists and incredible thought leaders from around the world, and activists that are doing incredible things, that are really imagining and activating this new earth in very profound ways. But it's really about the audience then engaging and tapping into how are we awakening our own response to humanity's sacred mission. How are we doing that individually, and how can we do that collectively in more synergistic ways? So it's an incredible collaboration, very, very exciting. The link there is in the chat. Anybody can share that and register. And we are going to be working closely with the Global Peace Tribe and Saturday Night Alive as we build up to February, which has kind of been a launch for us across the calendar year over the last few years. In fact, it was a symposium this year, in February, which was Visions for a New Earth. And it was during that Kristen brought through in one of her amazing soul-oms, the New Earth Rising, which became the theme for World Unity Week and the 99 Days of Peace through Unity and Peace Week, and everything extraordinary that happened this year in 2023. So this symposium in February will set a foundation, a bit of a theme, a bit of a bedrock for us going through those beautiful cycles we've heard talked about today, all the way up to World Unity Week in June, and then on to Peace Week in September, where many of us will be gathering in Japan for the Uday Festival, Japan, Land of the Rising Sun. So it's all coming together in 2024. And thank you, Scott, for hosting such an extraordinary program together with your co-hosts, Alan and Kristen. It's been amazing and a privilege to be here. And thank you to all the speakers and everybody who's participated here in the Zoom room and out online. You guys are amazing. And you're lifting up the vibe for all of us as we get ready to go into another incredible, transformational and powerful and profound year on planet Earth at this most auspicious time in history.
Thank you, Ben. And you know, everybody, we all join, a lot of us join every Wednesday at 3 o'clock Pacific time, 6 o'clock Eastern, for the weekly Unity Earth gathering that Ben hosts beautifully. And there's always a lot of extraordinary people there. It's a good place to find out about the announcements and what's happening. So from one host to another, thank you, Ben. I so appreciate being your colleague. And we're looking forward to carrying on Saturday night, February the 13th. We will be collaborating with you directly. So that's going to be a lot of fun. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, brother. Much love, and congratulations.
So we're in our Global Peace Tribe announcements part, and I wanted to start with Ben and his announcement. And again, this is the time to register for our new season. Our new season begins next Wednesday. And I'm really excited about the show we put together to kick off the new season. John Gray, the best-selling author of Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus, will be joining us live. And Catherine Woodward Thomas will also be joining us. She wrote 2 bestsellers, Finding the One and Conscious Uncoupling, kind of the beginning of relationship and the ending of relationship. But both ways in a conscious way. And to have really John and Catherine are two of the great master teachers of relationship. And so we're going to have a dynamic conversation with the three of us talking about relationship and answering your questions. We're going to actually take questions from the audience about relationship and give you a chance to get feedback from some of the true masters, John Gray and Catherine Woodward Thomas, and a little bit about relationship myself too. And of course, Omar Shah will be with us playing music. And even though we haven't heard Omar Shah music yet tonight, never fear, we're going to have a Omar Shah song coming up very, very soon. So now is the time to join the Global Peace Tribe. And again, it's really easy to do that. Just go to globalpeacetribe.com, globalpeacetribe.com, click register for the new season, and that'll take you to our registration page. And for those of you who are already in our Zoom room, I'll put the link in. We can go directly to the registration page. We've got some great shows planned for the new year, including Marianne Williamson. We're going to do a whole show with Marianne. We're going to do a whole show with the Twin Ray. We've got some really, really fun things planned. So now's the time to join the Global Peace Tribe. And then finally, concluding our Global Peace Tribe announcements, where's Alan? Because I want to find out from Alan what he's got going. There he is. Alan, what do you want people to know about?
Well, first, I want to know it's going to be amazing when the world discovers Kristen the way this community has discovered her. That's going to be an awakening for the planet. So
I love you, Alan. That is the sweetest. Thank you.
I mean, you are a superstar. I don't know why the world doesn't know about you. You really are.
You know, it just is all. I always say this. This is one of my mantras. All in its perfect flow.
Right.
And
right.
just trust in the flow of things and growth and evolution. And maybe I wasn't ready to. You know, I'm still working on my own evolution. Who knows?
And maybe the world wasn't ready for your
Who knows? But we're here.
One very practical, real reason is Kristen has been so dedicated to our communities.
Yeah.
See how much time and energy she puts into supporting us, and your dedication to the various communities that have all kind of come together. Really, in a way, you're the central organizing principle. Ways, Kristen, of Unity, Global Peace Tribe, and Evolutionary Leaders Network, and so thank you.
Thank you.
So much.
I just had to say that, Scott. Okay, I'm just going to go
back to.
No, I'm just going to go to a couple of our community events happening. Here's one that a lot of us are going to be at. It sort of overlaps with Ben's thing. This is the Conscious Life Expo. I'm going to be emceeing and speaking there with JJ and Desiree Hertog. We have some fantastic people, and Bashar is going to be there, Elizabeth April, Linda Moulton Howe, Nick Pope. So I'm going to be hosting a couple of panels and introducing a lot of these speakers that are coming here. Another big event, this is February 9th to the 12th, and then another big event, no, it's not that one. It is this one. Do you see that? This is Sedona Ascension Retreat, another fantastic event that a lot of people, Bashar and Linda Moulton Howe, are going to be there too, along with me and William Henry and JJ and Desiree and Matt Kahn, who's been on this program many, many times, Vivian Chevet, another popular guest. So this is more of an intimate gathering in Sedona, March 8th to the 10th, Sedona Ascension Retreats. There's going to be workshops. Anita Morjani, who's she's just a fantastic, she's like a saint, and if you come back from the other side and tell people, there's nothing to fear, it's like she's just brilliant to listen to, and her story, and so humble. So those are two big events that I'm happy to be a part of, and there's the New Living Expo that's happening in April, and Contact in the Desert, where a lot of my community, the ET community, those people pushing for disclosure come together. This is the last weekend in May, the beginning of June, that Contact in the Desert. So I'm promoting all those events, which is bringing together thousands of people from our community to to expand our community. When we come together, it's just not about the speakers, it's about all of us sharing our stories, sharing our resources. Kimberly's going to be at a bunch of those, and Scott, I know you'll be there. We just did a great one in Las Vegas. So this is how our community grows, and it seems like more and more people are coming into our family, and we're joining. So there's no longer a division like there used to be, especially in 2024 when the world is awakening. So, Kristen, what do you have to say about our community coming together?
Well, I think now is the time. And I was just writing, you're a cosmic force of nature, Alan. You do so much to inspire us, help us kind of see into the unknown with a sense of mystery and possibility. And I always joke that I feel like I could be watching this documentary or a totally different documentary on a different subject matter. And suddenly there's Alan. He's in everything. He's everywhere. I don't know. You figured out a way to just have
I don't know, but this is a really exciting time, especially with the UFO disclosure. I can't think of any, like you talked about finding your Dharma, doing your Dharma. Well, this UFO ET, it's pushing the envelope of everything we think we know. Yeah. And it's not so much about aliens, it's about changing the way we look at reality. That's what's so exciting about this. Who cares about aliens? But it's changing us. That's the big thing about this whole phenomena. How are we different? How are we really the ETs that have come to this planet to have an awakening? So
I love that. That's so landing. And it challenges us to open more, right? A lot of times we want to stay in a place that feels comfortable or not look at, not step outside of this bubble because of fears that might lie on the perimeters. And yet this is the time where I'm getting from what you're saying, this is our possibility, our invitation to just open more and know that we'll discover so much more about ourselves, our connections, our beingness, who we are.
Well, when I teach remote viewing, it's everyone can do that. Everyone has a mind that's non-local. So if we're non-local, we're cosmic, then we're really part of the cosmos. I mean, this is a local event embodied, but our consciousness expands outward into infinitude. So that's why I'm saying we're the ETs, because that's how actually the CIA, the government people they're remote viewing these UFOs that are coming along, and they're finding out what they want and who they are. So we can do the same thing. And we do in my classes.
Is your remote viewing open to?
I
know I've gone before. I've attended your remote viewing, and it was amazing.
I've been doing 6 weeks with Zinka's course on lightnet.org, and we're doing, and everyone, more and more people are just like, I say you can't teach remote viewing, but you can learn it because we all have it. We just have to get out of the program of the personality and into the kind of greater self. And I'm always shocked that, wow, how is this happening? And it's happening. Of course, it's been proven for 40 years that it happened, but I've figured out my own theories about how, but no one really knows how this local mind can be non-local. It just is. Mm-hmm. So I'll leave you with that. We'll do a whole show on remote viewing, Scott. Okay.
Oh, I want to be there.
Hey, I want to remind everybody too, if you haven't already, Alan has the most amazing YouTube channel. And it's his New Realities channel. They always carry the Awakening World, so there we are right now. But he's got amazing speakers, presenters, Marianne Williamson,
Dolores Cannon. I just posted these old videos of David Wolf. I have a lot.
Look at how young he looks there. Look at how young you look. Oh my gosh! Wow.
Well, that was like a while ago. So anyway, I have playlists with JJ Hurtak and all the big people in the ET UFO field. They've been on my show. So subscribe to youtube.com/new realities, and we'll just, and this program is broadcast on New Realities right now.
So this show has had almost everything. We've had great music, we've had great presenters, we've had Swami, but there is something we haven't had yet that is essential to any Awakening World show. And that, of course, is my co-pilot, my beloved brother, Omar Shar.
That would be me, and what a phenomenal show. I think I've been touched. I think every part of me has been touched tonight. And so now I'm going to touch you, and let's get our dancing shoes on a little bit, shall we? And I shall get a nice little backdrop going. Woohoo! And here we go. Now you recognize we've been hypnotized. The spell is wearing off, and so now we rise with higher frequencies. There is no disguise. The truth of life itself is now realized. Love is reaching through the hearts of me and you. Our world is waking up to our different points of view. 'Cause now we recognize we've been hypnotized. The spell is wearing off, and so now we rise with higher frequencies. There is no disguise. The truth of life itself is now realized. So shake yourself free of the past. No longer do we walk in the dark. Let's show each other what we can do, and let our light shine right on through. Let the good of humanity stay, let the dross simply fade away, and let the mother return to us all, so love can have her way. 'Cause now we recognize we've been hypnotized. The spell is wearing off, and so now we rise. The truth of life itself is now realized. With higher frequencies, there is no disguise. So shake yourself free of the past. No longer do we walk in the dark. Let's show each other what we can do, and let our light shine right on through. 'Cause now we recognize we've been hypnotized. The spell is wearing off, so now we rise with higher frequencies. There is no disguise. The truth of life itself is now realized. Love is reaching through the hearts of me and you. Our world is waking up to our different points of view. Stay, and let the dross simply fade away, and let the mother return to us all, so that love can have her way. No longer do we walk in the dark.
We're on gallery viewer, everybody, so you're on camera. It's all twinkle, beloved Omashar. That was really, really, really fun. I love it.
That was great, Omashar.
Thank you, both of
So
you.
beautiful.
Yes, we are. And yes, yes, yes.
And a reminder, we can get more Omashar by going to his website, his name, omashar.com. And you want to scroll down and you want to click on Bandcamp, because that's the best place to get his albums, to get his music. Let's all support Omashar. It's so important for us to support our artists. And just as I was saying that Kristen is so generous, same thing for Omashar. Both of you are so generous with your time and your talent. We are so blessed. We are so blessed.
We are so blessed, and this collaboration, this blessing is like 1,000-fold. I just get so inspired and enlivened every single show, Scott. And I know that it's this we're going to carry in our swag bag into the next year, and which is 2 days away. Except for Ben, it's 6 hours away.
Ben's going to tell us what's happening on the other side. Ben better
right?
send us a memo.
Yes, I know.
And our collaborations just keep growing and growing and growing. And we're all together in Los Angeles. And one of the people who was actually with us for the Global Peace Tribe Retreat, the Unity Earth Retreat, was Dana Tomasino. And Dana is a wonderful friend who's been creating some wonderful collaborations, creative expressions, and she's provided something very special for us tonight. I do want to let all the people who are here for Uta know we are going to have an amazing KES group healing with Uta. Tonight was just such an epic show, and so we're running a little bit later than usual. But Dana has a very special offering for us, and we'll go straight into our KES group healing.
Okay.
Dana, do you want to share with us a little bit about what you've created?
Hey, aloha, everyone. So before I say anything more, if you do have any headphones nearby, I do recommend listening to this next offering with headphones for the best volume and also for the best surround sound experience. So if you want to get those. So just to give a little introduction to what I'm sharing, I have been developing my voice as a conduit for higher dimensional frequencies, for healing and expansion. And recently I've been experimenting with some sound layering. And this particular experiment that you'll see, it sort of took on a life of its own, and it started evolving, and it decided that it wanted to become both a sonic and a visual journey. And then it also took on a theme. And the theme, the name that I gave it is Stella Maris. Now, Stella Maris in Latin means literally stars and sea. And I actually myself have a very deep connection both to the stars and to the ocean. The ocean is like my closest home on earth, and the stars are the home of my soul. And I particularly love the sea at night, on a night where the sea and the stars merge together, like in my background here, where you can't see the horizon and it just all merges. And it reminds me of the infinite. So Stella Maris also refers to Our Lady, Star of the Sea, which is an expression of the Divine Mother. So this video that I've created and the sonic infusion actually merges together the energies of the stars, the sea, and the Divine Mother. Now, I chose to feature a particular constellation of stars in this video, and that is the Pleiades. And the Pleiades, well, the seven main stars in the Pleiades have been known throughout, well, across many, many diverse cultures as the Seven Sisters. So just keep that in mind. And also the very first unusual sound that you'll hear in the video is the light spectrum of the Pleiades star cluster translated into sound. So you'll hear that sound of the stars for the first 30 seconds, and then again for the last 30 seconds softer. Is there anything else I want to share? I think I covered everything.
I think you covered everything.
This is actually the first time that I've ever done anything like this, that I've ever created anything like this. So I'm happy to share it with you.
Thank you so much, Dana. It's really wonderful. And Kristen's going to play it for us.
Yes, I will. And maybe Dana, when it starts, I think if you turn off your camera, or if am I going to be spotlighted, Scott, or is Dana?
I'll just remove spotlights so nobody will be spotlit.
Okay, good. That should work then. It should go full screen, I'm guessing then. Okay, here we go. One moment. One second. Are you seeing that full screen?
Yes.
We are.
Yes. Okay, great. Wonderful. Here we go then. Wow, Dana. So beautiful. Thank you. Let's all twinkle, Dana. It is so beautiful to receive this gift of your voice, of your vision. Such an incredible encoding of cosmic water spirit. Thank you.
Thank you, Kristen. I appreciate that.
I think so many of us have always felt a deep connection to the Pleiades, and the combination of your music and those images of the Pleiades gave me an even deeper visual and auditory connection to the Pleiades. So thank you for that.
Will you put this up on your YouTube, or do you have a YouTube channel? Will we be able to find this?
It's on YouTube. I'll put the link in the
good.
chat, and I have some other things to share about offerings that are coming up. So I'll put them in the chat.
Beautiful. I brought Ben up too, because I know that Ben really appreciated what you just created.
That's amazing. Yeah, it's incredible. It's very synchronistic and beautiful and mystical, and just love it. In fact, I was there in a small little group back in, I don't know when it was, Scott, when we were looking at the missions for the 99 Days of Peace through Unity, and a little sub, we had, I think, a breakout. Omashar was there too, actually. Should bring Omashar up here, see if he's done his album. We had a little group and we were declaring our missions, and Dana said that she wanted to bring forward her sonic voice to bring through the realms of Lemuria and the other places. So, here we are just a few months later, and Dana, it's been amazing to see you stepping forward through the technical learnings and through other things to actually, be developing an ability to do what you've done there. And that's, as you said, one of the early examples. Imagine where you can go from here. It's just mind bending, but it's so beautiful. And as you said, Scott, there's such a strong connection with that story and that mystery, as Dana has enveloped us in today. And Omashar, you were in that same Zoom room as we were declaring our 99-day missions.
It is true, I was, and things have stretched out a little bit, and I think that the positioning was not correct, even though I was all gung-ho to get it completed. And after hearing Raquel today, I think I know why. Because I've developed, I've deepened in myself so much, and the music that I've written since then. I now have 2 albums to put out. I got about 22 songs which have not been recorded, so it will come. But that is the now report, Ben.
There's some really beautiful comments coming in from the audience. Andrew and Connie, who I just put on camera for a moment, wrote, and this is a quote from Sakina Bluestar: "We didn't come from Sirius to be serious. We came from the Pleiades to play at ease." And back to comments about the video, Ayada writes, "Beauty and grace, deep soul nourishment." Thank you so much, Dana. How wonderful that you are creating music videos now. Scotty Satori.
I also just wanted to say thank you to Ben thank you for your belief in me, and also for giving me the space to share my voice at the different Unity Earth gatherings and the large events, and then also in our small meetings. I really, really appreciate that, because it's allowed me to develop, and your support means a lot. Thank you.
My pleasure, Dana. Thank you. Thank you. All thanks to you. Thank you. Beautiful.
All right. Well, we are winding down, but every Saturday night show, we now conclude with a KES group healing experience. And of course, KES stands for Christic Energy System, is brought to us by the Twin Ray. I'm fortunate to be actually coming to you from Ashland, Oregon. I've been up here for a week, where I had a beautiful Christmas gathering with the beloveds, as we call the Twin Ray. And I had a private meeting with them, and I recorded a short little video from them, their New Year's greeting. So I think just before we go to Uda, here's a quick 90-second spontaneous video from the Twin Ray to our Global Peace Tribe. I'm with the beloveds, here they are.
Hello, sweet family of light. Blessings, Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, and all the wonderful celebrations that are going on right now.
Yes, and welcome to this new year of 2024.
Yes.
It's so profound to be in this moment of history together, and we all co-create and collaborate and create greater alliances this year of prophetic transformation, truly. And we are all here together to fulfill many great prophecies that are coming to fruition. And so thank you for being a part of this awakening world. We love you, we send so much joy, and there's going to be some times where we have to gather deeper and closer together to really know what family really means.
Yes, this is a time to really hold hands so closely, hold hearts, and know that everything that's coming is only truly for the good of all. It's a little bit walking through the fire, but we're going to get there, and we know it, and we have absolute faith and trust in you. We thank you and love you for all the work that you're doing collectively and internally, being a part of this awakening world.
Yes. Love you, blessed
love
be.
you, beloveds, blessed be.
Thank you so much. What a perfect way to bring on Uda. And I so appreciate Uda is in Europe. So it's early in the morning and she's been waiting for us for a while. Uda, welcome back to the awakening world.
Thank you so very much, Scott, and thank you also for this beautiful message from our beloved parents and the divine. I'm very honored to be here on this show, and especially on this day. We already have the last day of the year here in Europe, in Germany. This is the perfect moment to release and let go everything that doesn't serve anymore. So Christic energy healing is perfect for this. I first want to go into a meditation with all of you together, and then I will create and build up the healing chamber. I'm not sure how long it will take, but I try to make it as fast as possible because it's a very long time, but it's always the divine who is leading me, and we will see how long it will take. Okay, are we allowed to start, Scott?
Absolutely. It's all yours, Uda. Thank you so much.
Perfect. So, beautiful community, I invite you to center in your heart. Take a deep breath. Close your eyes. Receive the stillness. Now it's all about feeling and settle down in your physical vessel. Center yourself in the 12 o'clock, visualizing a clock pointing to 12. And when you're centered, it's easier to connect with Mother Earth and also with the central sun. So I will lead you into a meditation to connect you as strong as possible with Mother Gaia, because we are human beings and we are living here on this earth plane. And we are also spirit. So it's also important to connect with the source, to release everything what doesn't serve any longer. So I want to remind you that there is a spark inside of your heart, a wonderful flame, your soul light. I ask you to connect with your own soul light. And this spark is also connected with your column of light, going from your crown chakra to your root chakra. And we want to follow your spark through your spine, through your column of light. And we go downwards to your root chakra and deeper to your feet. And we go into the earth, into the different layers, the stones and minerals. And there are also wonderful crystals in our Mother Earth, rose quartz or the amethyst. And when our light go through these crystals, we clean and cleanse and purify. And we go deeper to the core of Mother Gaia. And imagine the core is a wonderful diamond. And we connect with this diamond. Maybe you can feel a click. And when we are connected, we can feel the grace, the unconditional love coming from Mother Gaia. Feel this unconditional love streaming upwards through your feet, through your root chakra, into your heart space. Now you can feel also the beat, the heartbeat of Mother Gaia. And now we go with our intention back to the column of light. And we go upwards to our crown chakra. And there is a light beam going to our sun. And we use our sun like a portal. When we enter our sun, a door goes open. And we see the huge, huge universe. We see multiverse. We see the cosmos. It's dark and all over stars, star constellations. And somewhere there is a spark, there is a star so bright, working like a magnet. This is our central sun, the source of all creation. Let us go there and connect with central sun. And with this connection, we feel the gratitude from source. We feel the unconditional love coming from source, streaming in our system, streaming downwards through our crown chakra into our heart space. And with this, we also feel the heartbeat of the central sun. Now we can feel our own heartbeat, the heartbeat from Mother Earth, and the heartbeat from the central sun. And we unify the heartbeat so that we get one strong, unified oneness heartbeat. And imagine we are all one. So now we create one big heartbeat with all of these beloved people in this container. Stay in this feeling. And I go back into silence, build up the container, the healing chamber, and work directly with the cosmic rise. And if you wish, you can think about an intention. What do you want to release? What do you want to let go? What do you want to change in your life? And what do you want to create in 2024? Enjoy, beloved ones. Still of mind and clear of heart, I enter now into the cosmic portal of howling, where the higher self of all the people in this group container awaits. With open heart, complete trust and surrender, and in the name of the divine cosmic Christ, I ask now for the manifestation of the highest timeline reality for everyone in this group, to become realized of mind, body, and soul with gentle lessons and graceful process, and increase this holding as much as the cosmic law, physical body, and our souls shall allow. I choose now to live in the reality where the healing has already been accomplished. The fates have been altered and our prayers answered through thine holy presence of love. While honoring the free will of all, I give my complete thanks and gratitude for all that has already occurred through your mighty presence and thine eternal light. I am free. The soul is free. All is free. And so it is. Amen. Uta Jäger, call upon the cosmic Christ, supreme intelligence, to support and facilitate this group KES holding session. I ask permission from all receivers present to receive this group holding with the highest good and divine grace for all involved. This is the place where every one of you can give a yes for this healing. I request on behalf of this group container, also the people who are watching the recording, to become aligned for the duration of this session to the divine intelligence of Christic energy system with grace, with ease, and with joy. I invite the cosmic Christ energy to connect with us now in the most appropriate way for all involved. May all that transpires in this microcosmic reflection of our group constellation support and uplift the ascension of the entire human collective and all sentient life. I also call forth assistance from the divine Heavenly Mother and Heavenly Father presence to overlight this group container with pure, unconditional love from the Most High. May all be known through this connection of pure love, so that group holding session anchors in us in the most benevolent way. Hosanna, Hosanna, Hosanna in the highest. Thank you, and so it is. It's time, beloveds, to come back into the here and now. I invite you to begin to move your body. And if you feel ready, you are allowed to open your eyes and come back into this show. I thank you. I honor you. I thank our beloved masters Shikinama and Sanandaji. They worked a lot on the lower chakras, the root, the sacral, the solar plexus, and also the heart chakra. And at the end, they gave you a virtue, unconditional love for extra healing. And so it is.
Thank you so much, beloved Uda. Thank you. Just your devotion, the devotion of our KES healers is so touching. And thank you for being with us so early in the morning.
Mm-hmm.
And wishing you a very, very happy new year. And look forward to seeing you again in 2024.
Thank you. Maybe a short announcement. I'm used to have a new moon healing every month. So if people are interested in, I will put my email address in the chat and you can contact me and I will provide you with some information about this.
Beautiful. And for those who are watching on Facebook, her email address is Uta, her name, UTA dot Jaeger, spelled JAEGER @web.de. Uta dot Jaeger.
It's without that. It's
no
only
dot.
Uta Jaeger. Mm-hmm.
Okay, good. All right, that's good to know. Thank you. So just her full name, Uta Jaeger, UTAJAEGER @web.de. And here, I'll click off the your dear soul sisters right here. Let me remove this.
How are you?
Hello, beloved Deborah.
Thank you so much. This was so wonderful. Especially to receive it here in the high frequency of the Haven.
I see it.
And tonight you're going to see Mother Mira. I'm so happy.
We have also 2 avatars living in Germany, so I will go exactly to Mother Mira and to get some grace and new energy for 2024.
Yeah.
I want to honor our beloved brother Omashar for the beautiful music that you provide during these KES healings, and of course, every show of the Awakening World. Thank you so much. And thank you for everybody who's still with us. So many dear friends, Tarina Joy, Andrew and Connie, and Jasmine Bear, all the people that are with us. So thank you, everybody, for a beautiful, beautiful, what a show, huh? What a beautiful, beautiful show. And please, everybody, make sure you have subscribed because there will be newsroom links starting for our big show on Wednesday night, January 3rd. And you want to be in the Zoom room for that because you're going to be able to ask questions to master relationship coaches, John Gray, Catherine Woodward Thomas, and yours truly. So make sure you've subscribed to the new season and sending you much love. And we will see you next year. Happy New Year, everybody. I'm going to go to gallery view for those of you, a few people who still have their cameras on. Oh my gosh, look at all those wonderful people who are still with us. Even Alex. Hey, Alex, thank you for being with us. Kimberly Meredith.
Yes, I just wanted to mention Happy New Year again, everybody. Uta, I was trying to friend request you, but it wouldn't let me.
Okay.
Yeah, it said you weren't accepting for some reason.
Okay.
So I sent you a little note. Thank you, everybody.
And a big thank you. Kristen's back with us. I really want to acknowledge Kristen for her amazing I just love co-hosting with you, Kristen. Thank you so much.
Thank you
Thank
so much,
you,
Kristen, and thank you, Scott. This is beautiful. This was absolutely gorgeous. Thank you for having me.
Oh, thank you, Kimberly.
Thank you, Kimberly. Thank you all. It's been a beautiful night and so much love and many blessings for
Thank you, Amishar.
Thank you, Omashar.
Good night, everybody. Happy New Year. See you
Good
next year.
night. Good night.